second leg, Ashley Coleman. Gains
I'm not sure that Joe
leg.
Croft is not even going to look at
Scott
tops this
Taylor.
time.
Double 18 for 116. The ton topper for Devon Peterson.
And he's hit it.
First leg. Gains on the second leg.
Okay, double 13. That'll do. He has got form for that.
And board management, you've got to smile because it's just so natural and normal.
Trina Gulliver.
It's a lovely finish, to be fair.
A very good afternoon and welcome along to the Modus Super Series. On a day where darts will be marching on together in Leeds, who is going to be marching towards finals night here at the Live Lounge in Porto. It should be fast, it should be furious, so I wonder why we've brought Scott Mitchell into the commentary fold for this afternoon's proceedings. If Group A is anything to go by, Scott, this should be fun.
Yeah, I like what you did there, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks a really tight group as well, and I'm interested to see the outcome of it. Obviously, a couple didn't actually achieve what they were hoping to achieve in Group A. We start on 0, and this is their chance to put it right.
It's your old sparring partner, Tommy Morris, that won Group A, and he's a player that's really warranted this opportunity here at the Super Series, and I feel like he's time by time wanting to justify himself and putting in some great performances out there.
Yeah, I think we saw a raw Tommy when he first came here, and I think the second time he came here, he tried a little bit too hard because he was so successful. And this time round, he sort of like thrown with a bit of freedom, actually shown people his timing was very, very good. You know, he won the group because he was doing the right things at the right time when he needed to in legs and to get him over the line. So he was quite impressive this week, and I shouldn't say that about my mate. And then he came in here and tried to steal my job in commentary. Unbelievable.
You know him better than most. What has been the big improvement for him over the last 6 months?
I think he started to learn. He's always had the raw game. Those of us that have known him for a long, long time, the raw game and the scoring power has always been there. Sometimes he lets you off the hook with his doubling, and he's tried all sorts of things, stepping back, throwing one at a time. But for me, I think it's just the confidence this week. As the week went on, he was winning games, 3 games on the first day, 4 on the second, and then he just did enough to bring it home on the last day.
Well, we are going to see Tommy Morris on Saturday night. We're going to see 3 of those players that are in the Group A fold in this afternoon's proceedings in Group C. One of them, Michel van der Horst, who's actually the most experienced player when it comes to this particular group. And it felt like at times he was bringing his best stuff we've seen from him here on that Super Series stage. He's a really dangerous player, and he's really beginning to show it.
Yeah, he really is. I've played him on TV a few years ago. Michel is a really, really steady and tidy player. And when he starts getting that first start right, he really is dangerous because he then starts believing in himself. He'll be one that would be happy to be in this group. He'll be happy to start on 0 again and trying to show what he's got because he's trying to reinvent himself at the minute. So he's sort of like been at the top end, and he's dropped off for a few years, and now this is an opportunity for him to get right back there and be in his bonnet that he needs to produce his game.
We're also going to see Brian Raman in action over the course of this afternoon. He's been extravagant at times. He's got this real flair, hasn't he, about him? He's very much that typical new fold of European player that likes to be extravagant, likes to invent different ways of finishing or inventing different ways of finishing off legs.
Whether we believe as the old stages that they're the right way or the wrong way, and has he given up darts at the end of legs? I don't know, but it's very entertaining to watch, and he does favour some of the strangest doubles. Although I like the 95 that way, but yeah, he does favour that double 13, doesn't he? And he seems to sort of like have that as a go back to. If he's missed doubles elsewhere, he would then try to jump back to that double 13 and get himself settled again. But is there a problem with that? I think most players have a go-to double. It's just double 13 is not the usual one for most.
Because of the way he's extravagant and goes with things, does it sometimes take away how good a player is? Because former WDF world number 1, made a quarter-final at Lakeside in the past, has had a tour card and had some success with that particular tour card. You know, he's a fine player in his own right.
Oh, he is, yeah, without doubt. When he is on form, he is right up there with some of the best players in the world. But when he's not quite right between the ears, which we know is the biggest part with a dart player, he can then self-destruct. And I think if he could get rid of that side of his game and find that consistency, the consistency would bring him success without doubt.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then. If this is the first time you've joined us this week at the Live Lounge, Tommy Moyes won Group A, as I mentioned earlier on. Group B is a heavyweight affair later on this evening. Aidan Kirkfurl on the Challenge to Order of Merit. Defending champion Scott Taylor and the 10-time Women's World Champion Trina Gullo will be joined alongside the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, and Andy Davison, the ADC qualifier, who's acquitted himself very well. But Group C is our centre of attention this afternoon. Devon Peterson's also down in there. He's most certainly at a rebuilding phase of his career. Now, you've been in that position where you've dropped off the tour and you've played in events like this. What will this phase of Devon's career be like right now?
Devon, it is very difficult to drop off the tour. You think your world has ended and everybody starts asking you, are you still playing darts? Because they haven't seen you on the PDC. It's a strange place to be once you've lost your tour card. Mentally, and you think you're playing probably worse than you actually are. So you can come down on yourself a little hard. Then you start tinkering with equipment. I think we can fair to say Devon is one of those little tinkerers who likes to try everything to get that extra percentage. I want him to see him stay with a set of equipment, get back used to it again, and get back to where he should be because, you know, he is a top player. He's proved it time after time after time. This won't be the first time he's reinvented himself. He's had to do it a couple of times before, so he knows how to do it. But the longer it goes on, the harder it is to get back to the top.
Well, let's have a look at the outweighs to see what the bookies think about this afternoon's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Raman goes off as favourite, and we hear that there's money that's gone in on Richard Rowlands. Began the day at 13-2. We believe that his price may have almost half from there.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, for Brian, he was sort of tipped to win Group A as well. So if he sees this flashed up in the back room, I wonder if he's thinking deja vu moment, you know, I kind of messed it up. But yeah, Richard Rowlands he's a really crafty character. He just gets on and plays. You know, he doesn't worry about what anybody else does. I play him in the seniors tour, and he started turning up and throwing some really nice darts there. So if he starts producing that today, then some of the other guys are in trouble.
Yeah, that 13-2's gone in from 14-1. 18+B, gambleware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And we're going to hear from Richard Rowlands now because he's involved in our first match of the afternoon session. It's a first appearance of him here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, having previously played in Southampton. He takes on Devon Peterson in our opener to the day. And early on this morning, I caught up with Richard. Richard, first time under this roof for yourself. How much are you looking forward to it?
I've been really looking forward to it since the invite, really. I've been watching it on the telly, waiting for my chance and hopefully, you know, grab the opportunity today.
It's fair to say this has been a very good year so far for yourself. Semi-final at the Champion of Champions, World Seniors Championship appearance. Things have been going very well recently. Yeah,
I can't complain, really. I'm enjoying my darts, which is always an important thing, I think. I'm not taking it too serious, but I'm taking each game as it comes up with the level of seriousness that it needs. So don't overthink it in between and just go up there and enjoy myself when I get the opportunity.
Have you set any goals or expectations this week?
No, not really. It'd be nice to make it, obviously, through to finals night. Hopefully. Got a tough group. Nice back room there. But obviously, yeah, the goal is to get through to final night and see what happens tomorrow night if you get through. So,
I feel like the type of player that really embraces the challenge.
I do. It's just I'm kind of relaxed. Everybody asks me, "Are you nervous?" No, I don't get nervous. But once I get up there, I try to take it seriously and get the job done anyway. So.
Well, different players prepare in different ways, and last night you went to a local competition nearby to here. Not just did you play in it, you won it as well.
Well, I was fortunate to win it, yes. It was good. I've been working since Blackpool. I've been working on a few things with my throw, a couple of changes here and there. Took on board when, you know, the comments that Mr. Taylor made about my game. Got a little bit smoother coming through with the action. So, yeah, last night, nice warm-up. Good company, great competition up there. If anybody comes down here to go up there and have a throw, brilliant.
We wish you all the very best this week, Richard. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And so, Richard Rowlands is going to be in the chair this afternoon. He's going to be in action up against Devon Peterson in the first game of the afternoon. It's game 1 of 15 that we're going to be watching here from the Modus Super Series. Be an intriguing afternoon's worth of action. Devon Peterson, the African Warrior, has been here since Monday afternoon, was involved in all of the action in Group A. He finished bottom of the pile. As for Richard Rowlands, 52-year-old from Wales, Champion of Champions semi-finalist a couple of months ago, beat Robert Thornton in the quarterfinals, will then losing out to Hamilton in the semis. Meanwhile, for Devon Peterson, a man who's had such an illustrious career, the 37-year-old from Cape Town in South Africa. 3 times he's made the last 16 of the PDC World Championship, but in a year which is a bit of a rebuild for him, having dropped off the PDC Pro Tour at the end of 2023. He's already had an appearance in this series. He played in the Group B scenario, which is why he's allowed a second chance to play the full week in Series 7. And myself and Chris Mason are in commentary the last time Devon was here, and we said that he'd benefit from the week.
First leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
And the main benefit to that is he's at that stage of the career where, yes, he wants results, but I feel like it's about getting the fundamentals right for him right now.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Henry. And that's mainly because he needs games. He needs games, and that's all there is to it. You've got to play your way through it and play your way out of it. And the more games that you get, the better and more chance you have of doing that.
100.
Well, as I said earlier, he's been known as a little bit of a tinkerer, Dev. He likes to try a longer point, a shorter point, a longer stem, a shorter stem.
45.
A 3-winged flight, maybe. But he's done a lot of that. And I think because it's muscle memory, the game of darts, I think that the more that you tinker, you know, and Peter Wright is obviously the obvious one, and Simon Whitlock does a bit of it. The more you tinker, I think the more you struggle to allow your mind and the muscle memory to sort itself out, which is what makes Peter Wright so special and being so successful with so many sets of darts. I mean, it's just unheard of.
I mean, I do find it really intriguing when I speak to people about changing sets and changing all sorts of aspects to their game.
100.
Because it's very much an individual thing.
It is, and there are moments in your playing life where you throwing a bit quicker, you find a bit more consistency, and then sometimes
85.
some players find it making sure that they throw each individual dart as an individual dart rather than a bunch of 3, if that makes sense. They find that being more accurate by taking your time with each dart and having a look. It's just all
85.
in however it feels on the day sometimes.
96.
This for the first leg. 96 left after 12 for Rowlands. 88.
80.
We'll expect to come back, but has Peterson got a 135 in the locker? Not to be this time, and so Rowlands is going to come back for 3 more to take the opening leg, the opening rubber of the day.
57. Richard, you require 16.
A 88 coming in for Rowlands, and he's been in some very good form of late. But like you say, he does take his time and likes to throw each individual dart, and it's not to be
Devon,
this time.
78.
Devon gets back in at the 78. This is all about taking chances now for Devon and right things at right moments.
Game shot on the first leg. Devon
Good dart.
Peterson.
Nearly went into the... Used the first dart perfectly. And
Second leg. It's
yeah,
Devon to throw
deflected,
first.
used it,
Game on.
and almost went into the double 9. But little things like that start to happen to you, and you start thinking, the luck's going your way, and it's going to be my day.
100.
Well, it's a leg that Richard knows he should have had in his locker. He was unable to cross the line. His preparation for this week here at the Super Series. He travelled down from Wales yesterday afternoon, arrived in Portsmouth around about 6:15, and then decided to descend upon a local competition, which is attended by a number of Super Series regulars. It's considered the kind of almost training ground for players who play a week here
60.
at the Super Series to go and have a throw and just see where they're at. And he went on to win that particular tournament last night. So he's already in a bit of winning form before he's even stepped foot on the hockey this week.
And to be honest, that isn't a bad thing as well, because obviously this
60.
being a 1 o'clock group, if you go out and you're out till sort of 10:30 or 11 before you get back to your hotel or whatever, it's not such a major upset with being a 1 o'clock start here. And
60.
most players like a couple of hours sort of practice and preparation before these games, and he'd have been in here before 11, I would imagine. But you still get a bit of a lie-in because, start playing WDF and other tournaments. They're 10 o'clock toe to the hockey, and that's the advantage of being in Group C. It's a 1 o'clock start, and you get a bit of a rest and finishes at 5, and time to set yourself in for the next day's play as well after play. So
108.
there we go. First 180 of the day from Devon. But he's not from Devon, obviously. He's from Cape Town, South Africa.
Bit of a mileage difference there.
Yeah.
Well, he's left 101 to
Devon, you require
win leg 2, and it just felt like after that first leg things unravelled a little bit for Richard. This could be for the first on top of the session to put himself 2 to the good. Double 16.
69.
Not to be, and that's been one thing he's actually been quite good at this week, as Devon has been last dart in hand doubles. You could almost put your house on him, pinning the double last dart in hand.
60. Devon, you require 32.
Double 16.
Shot on a
Well, you can put
second
your house
leg,
on that,
Devon
and it's
Peterson.
2-0 Peterson.
Third leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
So as we know, Dev would be happy that he broke through and then held. This is Richard's obviously first time here, and it does take a little time to settle, even if you've been here 2 or 3 times. Being the first game on is quite daunting. I've done it a couple of times here. And it's one of those where you really want to get off to a good start. These groups of 6s,
140.
the Group A's and the Group C's, if you can get a couple of games under your belt and build your own momentum and find your confidence, you then become a very different player to maybe somebody that's lost a couple who's then thinking, what have I got to do to win?
97.
It's a big mind play. This marvellous game of ours, it does play on your mind, and everybody thinks differently about it. We say that there
60.
are many, many different types of throws, and all the top players you see, there's very rarely anybody that throws the same, and how can that be? But it's the same with the mindset. Not everybody thinks identically. They all have different thoughts about different moments in the game,
100.
and it's how you produce it and how you turn that into your throw and putting that into darts into the board.
Talking about thinking unconventionally, Brian Man's playing in game 3 against Sean McKinney.
92.
Yeah, Brian
Richard,
Raman v
you
Daniel
require
Lee. What a lovely
170.
one for the spotter that would be.
170 for Rowlands. He cannot get the fish to get himself on the board, but he has got 6 from here to get his first leg of the day on the board.
98.
Should at least have a tard at tops upon his return.
$100. Richard, you require 72.
Well, it's going to be a dart at tops. Well, that's quite flat in the board. That shouldn't be too much of a distraction for him.
52.
But it drags and sifts just
Devon, you
below.
require 109.
Yeah, with his shape of flight and being on a short barrel, his darts will go in flat. Trouble 19 here for Dev, and he's missed his intended target. Come on, Dev, you know you've got to hit the big number. Worst case scenario.
39.
Almost redeemed himself with the treble
require 20.
18 there, but it's Rowlands back for 20, and his first leg of the week.
Shot on the third leg, Richard Rowlands.
And he takes it without a second chance of asking.
Fourth leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
But that's just to hold a throw for Richard. So Dev won't be too
135.
concerned because he's now on throw, and that's a good opening treble visit. Devon from Cape Town, South Africa, not to be confused with Dakota North from Texas.
How long have you been waiting to
97.
say that?
I'd watched too much Naked Gun trilogy movies. That's what it is.
But Devon knows that this game is in the palm of his hands. All he has to do is serve it out a couple of times, and he's over the line.
100.
4-1 victor. And I just wonder what the psychological edge of actually winning that first game and being top of the group, even though it's only game 1, but putting yourself provisionally into a clubhouse lead or provisionally putting yourself in a position where you can really
100.
attack the rest of the day, how much that will breed confidence for him. But this has been one of the issues for him
27.
this week. Has been the strays either side in visits. And we have seen him quite philosophical at times. At the back of the stage, as you can see there, just working on the throw. Sometimes he just grips the dart in his hand. Doesn't even do a phantom throw. Just tries to get the grip right in the background.
Yeah, he does a bit of a ghost throw in the background and tries to get the movement right. But I just want to see him throw with freedom. He's throwing like a man under pressure every dart. And it's...
43.
Remember when he was at his prime and at his pomp, he was one of those just loose throwers. It just was all in the rhythm and everything. We'd love to see Devon back to that, because he is such a great guy. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet in darts is Devon. And you've got to remember all the stuff that he's doing over there out in South Africa and around Cape Town to try and bring
100.
darts to a nation.
Richard, you require 160.
We're all super proud, and we'd love to be doing that the same as he is, but he's been given an opportunity at that front, and he's taken it, and he does so much good work back in his own country.
And he might be doing some good for himself here. This 96 would move him
60.
to within a
Devon, you
leg of winning
require
the match.
96.
And give himself the first rubber in this Group C. 2 at double 18. No mistake. 3-1 Peterson. He's a leg away now.
And that breeds confidence, Henry. That breeds confidence. A nice, tidy finish like that.
Richard to throw first.
Lovely, slick, done. Carry one to the board. It's a lovely feeling, that, as a dart player. Lovely feeling.
I feel like because of some of the mannerisms that are being portrayed on the stage, that it may have put
55.
negative slant on the performance for Dev, averaging 87.91, 3 from 5 on the doubles. For a first game of the session, is not a bad start out the bat.
The thing is, though, here, Henry,
60.
having played here, the average means diddly squat farm if you haven't. That's what I did there. It means diddly squat farm if you've won the game. The fact that you've won it 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, the average makes no difference. If you've lost... The average is a
84.
good guide to how you've played, so you know how you played, because sometimes the game can pass you by and you're not sure exactly what you've done, and that's the only thing. But you've got to get back in that room pretty quickly to see your average. You've got to rely on somebody else to tell you. And in these groups, there's always somebody happy to tell you what your average was, particularly when you've lost.
Perfectly laid for third.
140.
The final dart just drifts above. He's in a good suit here to hold his throw, to bring it back to 3-2. But Peterson would then have the darts to see it out in the next.
92.
I know Richard's had a few vehicle issues over the last few days. I think he came down in a hire car because his Disco, his Discovery, engine has expired, so I think he has to get a new engine for his Disco, or he's got to go and find another vehicle.
So what you're saying, and there was fire at the Disco.
There was panic at the Disco, that's for sure.
80. Richard, you require 100.
You see some high voltage darts. Some electronic finishing from Rowlands. 164. Triple 18. Be a question of whether he went for the bullseye after that.
79.
So Devon here will just be trying to turn that corner and put some pressure on that 85 of Rowlands. If he hits the 60 here or goes down the bottom,
43.
see what he's trying to do there,
Richard,
but
you require 85.
there's no pressure now, leaving 166, and you can see in the background he's just absolutely berating himself over the mistake.
Double 10. Brings
Gets
it
on
back
the
to
fifth leg.
3-2. Now,
Richard
this is
Rowland.
the key leg for Devon Peterson. This is the one where he has the darts in to see the job through. to win 4-2
Sixth leg,
and to
it's
put those
Devon to
first
throw
points on the
first.
board. If he's
Game on.
broken, then it goes in the other direction, and then be Rowlands would have the opportunity to serve it out in the deciding leg.
He's got to make himself difficult to beat here in this leg. That's what he's got to do.
82.
You get the sense that Richard Rowlands could ill afford a poor
96.
start to proceedings.
Absolutely.
Leave a sick taste in the mouth.
140.
You see what I mean about Devon? That 3 darts there was much more fluent. It was much more rhythmic, and he gets results when that happens.
100. $100. $100.
Well, Peterson, 6 on 179 to get the job done and to seal a 4-2 success to kickstart the day's action. Brandon Weston on debut, the man from Colchester, will take
44.
on the Dutchman Michel van der Horst next.
$85.
Good find with the last dart there from Rowlands.
$135.
So, treble 20 will leave himself a dart at the ball. And what a way to finish this leg for sure.
86. Richard
Cribbled as the line
120.
approached. Can Rowlands climb the ladder to send us to leg 7 heaven?
They only needed the 1 treble. I think he's just looked through the
80.
skylight there. He knows he made a
Revenue
mistake.
require 49.
So Devon then 49 for the match.
Double 16 to get the job done. And
Good
Peterson's
shot.
on
And
the
the match,
board.
Devon
He seals the
Peterson.
first win of Group C by getting the better of Richard Rowlands by 4 legs to 2. In the end, the average just under 85. It feels like there's more to his performances than that. 4th and 7 on the doubles will impress him. For Richard Rowlands, we never quite got over that first leg loss, did he really? Coming up after the break, Brandon Weston against Michel van der Horst. It's our second game of the afternoon. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Devon Peterson got the better of Richard Rowlands by 4 legs to 2, averaging 84.84 from 7 on his doubles. Next up for us, it is Brandon Weston up against Michel van der Horst. Van der Horst, who's enjoyed his week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, played some good stuff, had the only ton plus average of Group A. Up against Brandon Weston, for whom darts has followed him his entire life, and unfortunately for him, Owen Binks has followed him around for his entire life, because actually him and one of our referees here at the Super Series went to school with one another. 27 years of age, from Colchester. I'm sure Kevin Painter would be more than pleased to hear about that. And he's a player that's been playing around the county circuit for Essex. He's been playing around the Challenge Tours and Development Tours when he's had the opportunity to. And it's a big opportunity for the Magic Man up against the Invisible Man. I suppose Magic and Invisibility go like a rabbit in a hat.
Depends if it's an invisible hat and a magic rabbit.
100.
Could be the other way around. So, yeah. Oh, Brandon, I know, played county
60.
down at Dorset a couple of weeks ago. Played in the B. Beating actually
55.
my England driver, Richard Perry. Yeah, Rich. Unfortunately went down 4-1 to him in the B, and Brandon said what a lovely night out Bournemouth is. So he enjoyed
59.
he enjoyed his county weekend by the sounds of things down in Dorset.
So what you're saying is that's a big tick for you.
It's a big tick for me because he
83.
enjoyed his night out in our local town, so that's good.
Bournemouth at this time of year is an amazing place, as is Portsmouth, and you can be here
60.
in Portsmouth on a Saturday night at the Modus Super Series. www.dartshot.tv is the place to be to join us on a Saturday night where we open our doors to a
96.
crowd, where you can scan that QR code to take you over to the landing page. £2 for the ticket, plus free drinks for a tenner. It is a cheap night out on the
12.
South Coast. Now, that was an issue that Michel
Brandon, you
had
require
throughout the course
167.
of Group A, was the bounce outs.
60.
Yeah, Michelle, like we said, at the top of the show, is a very experienced player. Back in the BDO days,
100.
you'd see him at the Zidane
Brandon, you require
Masters and
107.
he'd make the World Championships. So we're looking for him to find some of that
37.
form. We don't want the invisible man to remain invisible, do we, Henry?
No, we want the Invisible Man to arrive on the scene,
60.
although we haven't seen anything
Brandon,
of
you
him in this
require
first leg.
70.
Well, it's going to have to now be 16 bull. Bullseye. And he wasn't too
45.
far away. That was a nervy
you
dart for a
require
man on debut in his
150.
first leg.
44. Brandon, you require 25.
This for leg one. Double 8. Double 4. To
Game's on the
ease the
first
nerves,
leg.
and
Brandon
Weston leads 1-0. That'll just relax him a little bit.
Second leg.
He'll find himself on the board, but Michel isn't going to be one that's going to be too perturbed by what happened there. He can so easily put it to the back of his mind.
100.
Yeah, he's got to find his range a little bit here, Van der Horst. He's, like I say, he has pedigree
60.
and experience, and he's got to sort of dive in on all of that, start believing.
100.
But he's one of those that last dart, he likes to follow in with a big, long follow-through with his arm and sort of walk at the same time when he's right on his pump.
140.
But he's having the kitchen sink thrown at him here, and he's got to get that first dart right because he's quite short in stature.
82.
To go over that first dart, if it's under the treble, is very difficult for him. Not like somebody like myself, 6'3", we can go over
96.
that low dart with consummate ease, but you can see there, and that's the perfect dart for him. And I like now that he's realised that and he's
137.
moving out and having success.
Well, it's night and day from leg 1 to leg 2 for Michel. Playing more like the man that some people had tipped up
45.
to win this group.
Michelle, you require 82.
Tops.
62.
Doesn't go.
Brandon, you require 160.
Well, this would be some way to break in lead 2-0. But the 160 isn't going to go, and so Horst will return for the
60.
double 10 to
Michelle, you
square
require
this
20.
match up at one apiece. And level we
Shot on the
are.
second leg, Michelle Horst.
Like I say, that'll settle him down a little bit now that he's got a leg.
Third leg, it's Brandon to throw
He's now
first.
got to work on breaking
Game on.
one of the Weston's throw. Weston there
60.
using a very similar dart to an old Scott Waits dart that he was winning Grand Slams with in his first World Championship.
140.
There have been many sorts of replicas of slight tweaks of that dart, so it may not be the exact one, but
140.
Bobby Jaws has got a sort of tweak on that, and Tony West had something similar, and Dean Winstanley used something similar back in the day. A very
100.
popular shaped dart.
$61.
Yeah, I had a chat with Brandon this morning. Very amiable chap. Can have a good conversation with him.
44.
Got a good little bit of banter about him. So definitely couldn't have been mates of own Binks at school.
How rude, Henry. But yes,
43.
he is quite, he does like a bit of banter in the back room.
I've actually had some text messages from Owen Binks this morning.
140.
Really? He's watching the Super Series. That's sort of spirited work, isn't it?
On the way to
71.
Leeds. He was in his year at
Michelle, you
school.
require 77.
Big Colchester United fan. Is Michelle a fan of the double 10 again? No, not this time. So
67.
can Weston
Brandon,
find
you require
the 1-2-6 to move 2-1 in front? No is the answer. And so Horst, who was 1-0 down in this match, has got the opportunity to break the flow of Brandon and to
70.
move himself
Michelle,
2-1
you
to the
require
good.
10.
Double 2.
8.
And Weston's got an opportunity
Brandon, you
here to hold
require
his throw, and it'll
56.
feel like a break when you consider the pattern of play in this leg.
It will be a consider, and it's just
Game shot on the
that
third
name
leg,
had
Brandon Weston.
Michelle's name. That leg had Michelle's name all over it. Unfortunately, couldn't finish it off. It's now how you react to that.
Fourth flag, it's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
So apparently,
Oh, sorry, that's a better dart from Michelle now. He's throwing them a little bit higher, a little bit harder. Maybe he's a little bit more angry after losing that game, that leg. And that's changed his throw a little.
so a little bit more background on Brandon
60.
from Mr. Binks. Apparently, they used to play with each other in the same dart team.
Well recovered there.
29.
Absolutely. No sandpits at the dart match, hey?
Back
60.
when they were 15, they used to play for the Lord Nelson. There's actually a nice pub in Gibraltar called the Lord Nelson.
83.
And obviously with us being in Portsmouth and the HMS Victory being just up the road, quite poignant that Lord Nelson gets brought up.
55.
Do you know that Lord Nelson
59.
was 5 foot in stature? However,
60.
he has a statue in London. It's 15 foot. That's a ratio of 3 to 1.
100.
UK, Scott.
Yeah, I'm back.
99. Michelle,
Oh,
you require
dear.
130.
A ratio of 3 to 1.
Well, he's going to go for the ball.
105.
Back of the 130 doesn't quite
Brandon,
go.
you
What can
require
Weston make then?
167.
The 167. This would be for the break and a 3-1 lead.
55.
If
Michelle,
Michelle
you
has
require
any
25.
aspirations on winning this game, you feel that this has to go, and once again he's dropped low trying to make sure
He's going to get one dart at it, and it's going to be double 4.
21. Brandon, you require 112.
And once again, the missed double's getting like a chip on the
56.
shoulder of Michel van der Horst,
you
but it
require
will all be
4.
forgotten if he hits this double 2. And that
shot
is a
on the full
great,
flag,
great
Michel
dart. He
van der
looked like he'd
Horst.
actually blocked it. Everything's against him. His other darts in the last leg were missing. These darts in this leg were
Fifth
missing
flag,
until
it's
that
Brandon
one
to throw
last one.
first.
Was that a slightly
Game
lucky
on.
dart, or was it actually aimed? There were 2 good darts on the wire, and I think the last dart was the best of them all to get over them and
45.
sneak in the corner.
It feels like a very strange game in the respect that Brandon's led twice in this game, but it's felt like Michel has been the dominant player. It's felt like he's the one, if he ups
120.
the ante for a couple of minutes, will get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously the momentum now with winning those scrappy legs, you just don't get those scrappy legs
40.
back when you get a chance. Michel has given one of those up, and he's won one back and held on to one. So
100.
has to be more positive. Slightly up the pace there since he started throwing in this leg. He's throwing a split second
36.
quicker, which is finding him throwing a little harder and more accurate. He's now making that conscious effort of
100.
making the first dart go higher that treble 20. He's realised already at 2-2 where his problem has been with the scoring pattern of play for him.
60.
Well, you get the sense that this is the point now where Michel can put the hammer home in this game. On the cusp of a break, we'll then move 3-2 up and then have the darts to
137.
win the game 4-2. He's left himself 44 after a dozen.
He has, and I've got to say Michel has recovered really well since that first leg where it was a
82.
little bit... It was easy to
Michel,
get your
you
head
require
down nice and early
54.
and think, oh, this is going to be my day today after leg 1, but
Game shot on a
you
fifth
can
leg.
see he's
Michel
just
van der
throwing that
Horst.
little bit quicker with a little bit more freedom, and the success with that is coming.
Sixth leg.
It's
It's
felt
Michel
like
to throw
Michel
first.
has found something
Game
just
on.
when maybe the magnitude of what's happening here has just succumbed to Brandon a little bit. Just get the
100.
sense that, as far as he's concerned, put this one down to a little bit of experience. Whatever the result, go back, relax. You've been on that stage once now.
81.
You've played here once now. And go again for the next one.
$94.
Van der Horst continues to have treble visits, and Weston not going away
76.
here. Bit of a slack last dart.
$84.
If you could have
67.
a coaching session, like a 5-minute timeout with Brandon right now, what would you be saying to him?
I'll be playing, keep your head.
40.
You know, the game's not gone. Keep your head. You know, Michel here is only 100 in front, and you just score 100 here, and that's enough to keep him under pressure.
85.
85 probably does enough here, but it's a case of not trying to throw and defend. It's to try and throw to attack, and that's 2 different things in
47.
your head. You can see Michel's trying to defend here. He did something a little bit better than that, but recovers
81.
nicely and
Michel, you require
stays in touch.
136.
so Van der Horst needing the 2 trebles. Come down for the 16s.
96. Brandon, you require 111.
96 left. It's a good miss. And that's a
Shot
good
on a
hit.
sixth flag. Brandon Weston.
Tidy, tidy. 111 from Brandon. Weston breaks back.
7th and final
And now
leg.
has to
It's
throw in
Brandon
the
to throw
final leg.
first. Game on.
Needs a ton minimum requirement to start this leg, surely.
85.
Well, credit where credit's due, because a couple of moments ago we'd written Brandon's a victory in this particular encounter, but now he has the dart to go on and win the match.
45.
And now you'll notice that Michelle slowed that pace down again and trying to be more deliberate. He needs to be thrown with more freedom.
81.
You say this is advantage Weston here.
81.
You could say in that previous leg, Brandon hit the Nelson and is now playing for the Nelson.
57.
Well, you could say the last leg here he's got Van der Horst in a full Nelson. For those that used to watch World of
93.
Sport back in the day, and Mick McManus.
$100.
Well, he's on the cusp here. And went 3-2 down when Van der Horst had held all the aces.
137.
Didn't look a likely scenario, but you've got to give this young man full credit. Now he's dug in here. Could have been so easy for him
44.
to have
Michel,
gone
you
back
require
into his shell and have
145.
just awaited his fate. But the fate could be a 4-3 defeat still, but Van der Horst isn't going to find the treble 15, which would have left in tops, and so Weston will return for the 134 to get the
Brandon, you
job
require
done eventually.
134.
But Van der Horst is sat on a single to double, and he's going to get a go at the 52 to eventually get over the line. It's been an intriguing
80.
game where
Michel, you require
the
52.
trajectories have swung one way or another, but it's felt like he's been the main man in this match, Michel. But he cannot
43.
find the match-winning dart yet.
Brandon, you require 54.
And Weston tidied the 56 up earlier. Is he going to tidy the 54 this time? Not to
34.
be. Deflecting off the
Michel,
flight.
you require 9.
And so, double 4 would get the job done for Van der Horst. Can he clip it off the barrel? No is the
1.
answer.
He tried.
Brandon, you
It wasn't for the
require
lack of
20.
trying.
And so Weston comes back for double 10. That's a nice guide. Shuffles across. Fires at the other side. Double 5.
10.
It's getting tetchy. It's getting
Michel, you
nervy out there.
require 8.
Nobody can cross the finishing line as of yet. And still Van der Horst cannot
6.
cross that checkered
Brandon, you
flag.
require 10.
The man in the checkered shirt may be waving the right flag now.
No score. Michel, you require 2.
Both players have passed up a multitude of opportunities in this last
No
leg.
score.
And
Brandon,
now
you
we head to the
require
point, if
10.
they scamper around any longer, on for record leg territory. 36 is the record.
8.
And we could be heading there.
Michel, you require
Both
2.
players are on the madhouse to win the match. We've all been there before.
No
We've all been
score.
here before.
Brandon, you require 2. Game shot.
In it
and the
goes,
match,
and
Brandon
eventually
Weston.
Brandon Weston gets over the line. It was a 31 dart holder throw in the last leg, but Brandon won't care because he's over the line. He wins 4-3. McKinney and Raman is coming up next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Brandon Weston has a 100% winning record here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, getting the better of Michel van der Horst in a last leg decider 4-3. And, well, it was an intriguing last leg decider as well, because both players were stuck on the Madhouse to get over the line. And for Madhouse to madness, because Brian Raman toes the hockey here. The enigmatic, unequivocally himself Belgian is in action up against Sean McKinney, the debutant here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the 37-year-old from Derry, former Irish Classic champion. That was all the way back in 2015. He takes on Raman, who has climbed to the very top of the WDF tree, former #1 in those particular rankings. WDF World Championship quarter-finalist, no less, in 2022. That'll be one of his aims and one of his ambitions for 2024, is to book his return to the lakeside and possibly become the Belgian that backs up the title for his home country, after Andy Barton's won that particular trophy back in 2023 when he demolished Chris Raman in the final by 6-1. I imagine you probably want to swap the commentary box there for playing there possibly this year, Scott.
Yeah, why not? It'd bring back a few memories, wouldn't it? Yeah, I have no worries or inhibitions about returning. I'd love to do it.
108.
Oh, man. Starts like a dog on a piece of meat here.
60.
The perfect start. Not going to follow up. I remember on Tuesday when he took on
40.
Ashley Coleman. He hit back-to-back blind 180s. So he nearly had the most incredible 9-dart leg you'd ever see in front of the cameras.
43.
Yeah, I did see that clip on the socials. Good job done by our socials team.
100.
Yeah, tailor-made content for you all the time here at the Super Series.
Yeah, nothing to be sniffed at. Our
60.
social team, they don't miss a lot.
I don't know. They did play. They did play at a local open last night, and they weren't that good.
122.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't miss a lot of content. Not have missed a lot when they actually play, because of course they watch darts every day. They think they're really good and it's easy.
140.
Most accurate thing you've ever said.
59.
For man, 59 for the first leg. Tops for a potential 14-dart break.
39.
And McKinney comes back for 98 to hold throw in this opening leg.
$78. Brian, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, Raman favourite there for the double 10. McKinney had a nice setup to leave it. Put a bit of pressure on Raman, but
Second leg. It's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Brian's been there, done it, and got the haircut.
I just wonder with Brian how
44.
key a good start is, because there was one or two signs early on in the week that he was getting a bit frustrated with himself. He actually backed that up when he spoke to me, and that's why he did some of the flashy bits just to try and get himself going. But it's very much a sea of calm right now with the Belgian. I feel like if he can get off to an opening win,
100.
he will set himself in good stead for the day ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a good player as well, Brian. I remember playing him on the Pro Tours,
97.
and I think we may have... It wasn't Hildesheim. It might have been Niederhausen, I think, and I played him first
57.
round, and we were 5-5, and I shot a 155 on double 19 to get him against the darts, which was ultimately rude, and
60.
And that's what I had to do to get him. We were just holding throw after throw. He's so good when he really gets into his rhythm and his flow. He's such a good player, is Brian, and I think sometimes he
60.
underachieves. You know, I'd like to see him sort of calm himself down, sort of think a little bit more clear about what's going on. And
54.
it's probably the games that he loses that he's not thinking clearly. And I think if he could just rectify that a little bit, that would turn into more wins. And then we'll see the Brian that looks very positive and very calm, because when he's like that,
100.
that's the best Brian that you get.
So could you say sometimes he's found guilty of wanting it too much at times?
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. And when it doesn't quite go his
100.
way,
Brian, you
he
require
then kind of
140.
a little bomb goes off between the ears and stops him. because he's so frustrated with himself. It's not generally with the other player. It's
63.
usually frustrated with
Sean, you
himself.
require 120.
120 to square. I'll put one apiece. That's just below. He's got quite a bulbous barrel, has Sean. So that wasn't going to be a
88.
nice lie with dart
Brian,
2.
you
Then moves
require
across to the 18s,
77.
leave himself on double 16 to break back. If the 77 doesn't go, he's going to have 2 in hand at double 13. Now that's the only danger about going for that particular target, which is his
66.
favour on the
Sean, you
board, is the
require
fact that if you
32.
go inside with dart 1, he's got nothing on dart 3.
And then he reacted to missing with dart 2 in a manner that he was frustrated with himself, and then
16.
going for a single one, he hits a double
Brian,
one
you
and puts
require
himself back in the
11.
mire again. So you've got to stop yourself and calm yourself down, and you can't keep taking those mistakes with you in the rucksack on your back, otherwise they stop you ultimately.
7. Sean, you require
This is what we were
16.
talking about. Right, McKinney, double 8 for a level match. One left in hand. It's
No score.
pitted in and pitted out, but on the other side of the bed.
Brian, you
Just
require
too close with the
4.
first one. Lovely thrown dart. Just too close with the first one. Makes it difficult to go by sometimes.
Game shot on his second leg. Brian Raman.
Dodged a bullet there, Raman, to hold throw, I feel.
Third leg. It's Sean to throw first. Game
Just
on.
feels like a group that is yet to really find its spark.
Yeah, I agree with that, but we're in the early
60.
midst of it. Everybody's having their first games, and everybody knows how important it is to get off to a winning start. So these can be cagey games, this first set of 3. You know, some of the
40.
guys have already played in Group A and not achieved what they wanted to be ending up in Group C. Lots would rather be in Group B and
100.
know that 3 from 5 to go through from there to Saturday's finals night is a better chance. But for me, I always find Group B the more difficult group to
81.
play, because you cannot lose 2 games on the trot in Group B. You only get 4 games an evening, and they soon fly by and pass you by if you're not
85.
careful.
If you're Brian and Devon, the 2 experienced campaigners in this group, are you looking at this and thinking, I get myself into gear here. There are points here for the taking as he fires in his second max of the match, and maybe he's just beginning to get the cogs whirling a bit.
I think that's how they have to look at it. To go forward, they have to look at it.
60.
You've got to break today's session down into those first couple of games for me, and making sure that you do not lose 2 on the trot. That's the secret here. Try not to lose 2 on the trot.
140.
And then if you can win 2 on the trot, and then you're not losing 2 on the trot, all of a sudden, you're 3 from 5, you're 4 from 5.
Well, suddenly Raman has lit a fuse, but
140.
it's
Brian,
also
you require
ignited
60.
something into Sean. This is Tots a 3-0 on the double breaker throw. Has to shuffle across. Finds
shot on
it.
the
It's a
third leg.
14
Brian
darter,
Raman.
and Raman is beginning to move through the gears.
And his attitude's changed. There's a touch of peacockery there with that
Fourth
one,
flag.
leaving the
It's
arm
Brian
in.
to
And
throw first.
that's a sign that, you know,
Game on.
he's feeling a little more confident. But with 9 darts, he can be then switching himself back the other way. It's the Raman trait. It really is. And
134.
the days that he stays on that and doesn't chastise himself are the days that he plays really, really well. But McKinney's going to go
140.
nowhere here. He's a gritty, determined Irishman, and if you think at 3-0 this game's over,
57.
I think you're wrong, because McKinney will come back at you.
Raman's one of those players, and we were speaking to Lord
100.
Turner earlier on this week, who has to play on the edge. He has to have an edge to it. He's one of those that's got to have that intensity, but a player like that, the margins are so fine between playing on edge and that edge boiling over as he finds his 3rd max of the game and leaves himself on 130 for the match.
100. Brian, you require 130.
Kenny also leaves himself on an out, but this for the match. Triple 20 for the bull. Not to be. So McKinney, has he got a Hail
94.
Mary in him? He may have to.
Sean,
The
you
man
require
sat on a double after 12.
161.
It's not to be. And so Raman returns wanting double 18. It was the
99.
double
Brian,
which
you
he won the
require
England
36.
Open on 3 years ago. And it's a
Big shot
double that
and
wins
the
him this
match.
particular
Brian
match in
Raman.
13 darts. A 4-0 success for Brian Raman, who may have just set the standard as far as this Group C is concerned. A little bit of a celebration, a little bit of a G-up, but he knows there's a lot more work to do. A 4-0 win for the Whittler. Coming up after the break, Peterson up against Weston.
Welcome back to those who are joining us on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And if you've just joined us, our last game saw Brian Raman go out a 4-0 winner over Sean McKinney, and a nice 13 darter to finish that game off 4-0. We've had our first sort of batch of games, our first group of 3 out of the 15, and game 4 sees Devon Peterson taking on Brandon Weston. Now, these two both won games earlier in slightly different ways, so they're both unbeaten, and something has to give in this one.
Yeah, that was the best part of 20 points between the pair in terms of the averages in match 1. But for
100.
Brandon, it's the fact that he got over the line, which he will class as important as anything else. Wouldn't have been overly enamoured with the
60.
performance in his first game of the session. However, it's a win nonetheless, and that's all that matters on debut sometimes. Just having that W to get you on the board and just make you feel
100.
settled into proceedings.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of a strange game that quite often this Modus Super Series brings up is a new guy in the way of
100.
Brandon would have watched Devon in the past, in his pomp, and getting a chance to play him at the Super Series is what makes the Super Series unique.
140.
And it allows this to happen. So there's a good chance that Brandon would have gone to a Devon exhibition in Essex to be able to take him on.
100.
But here he is playing
Devon, you require
with a big
161.
dangly carrot here at this Super Series. There's a few quid on the line. It's not just an exhibition match, and there's a sense of seriousness to it.
130.
Well, it's an opportunity, big opportunity for Brandon. And he has got an air with nothing to lose. I think that's fair to say, and I don't mean that in a
60.
disrespectful way at
Devon,
all.
you
And I think
require
he's
31.
one that just wants to try and enjoy the experience as much as he possibly can. Devon wants double 8. Devon gets
shot on the
double 8.
first
It's a
leg,
14
Devon
darter for the
Peterson.
African Warrior to move himself 1-0 to the good. It's been a good week for the Warrior in sport. Kyron Wilson
Second leg.
winning the
it's
World
Brandon to
Snooker
throw
Championship at the
first. Game on.
Crucible Theatre in Sheffield. Got the better of Jack Jones in the final 18 frames to 14.
Yeah, it was a good game, that, as well. I actually watched that for a day and a half and never got stuck and glued to my telly. I've not watched snooker for a lot, but yeah, really did enjoy that final.
100.
Well, let's have a look at the players' actions from a side-on angle. What's your first thoughts on Brandon's throw?
100.
Well, what I like is that it's kind of he takes the dart right back, and it's a long follow through. There's no stop and shunt. It's a follow through, and exactly the same with Devon. I mean, it's just
100.
that throw is something that everybody's seen. If you saw it in a silhouette as a video, you would know that it's Devon's throw.
60.
It's that unique. But we've said, I've been sat here with Glenn, who is a much better analyzer of throws than I am, saying that, if you were teaching some of the guys to play darts, there's sort of like 3 in the top 16 of the PDC. I would
81.
never advise you to throw like for sort of consistency and success. So if you're watching at home,
42.
kids, there's no right or wrong way to throw. It's got to be what's natural for you and what makes you confident. But whatever you do, don't throw it like Devon. No, that's not what I mean. It's got to be your own thing, because it's like your own footprint, really.
42.
And Devon's kind of at the rebuilding stage, isn't he, with his throw, with the fundamentals of his game. Well
43.
documented the previous issues he's had, and so 2024 dropping off the tour and not regaining the tour card actually gives him the opportunity almost to go back to a ground zero base and start from square one again and
78.
build himself back up to a player that 4 years ago was one of the best in the world.
Yeah, and I think he will. I mean, he was just
43.
absolutely
Devon, you require 100.
brilliant when he was brilliant. But Dev's one of those that does love the big stage, doesn't he?
Game shot on a
And
second
that's
leg.
a nice,
Devon Peterson.
nice ton check out. Another 18 dart leg for him. So
Third leg. It's Devon to throw first.
32 darts
Game
for the
on.
first 2 legs. It's not too shabby. I'm not a mathematician, but that's 16 darts a leg and makes you difficult to beat if you can keep that up.
2-0 to the good. And I just get the sense that Devon will be the type of player that if he can get himself out of this group and into Saturday night's final,
78.
you add into the melting pot the crowd that are going to be here as well. I think he could be a dangerous contender. I think he may just have another extra 5-10% just added to
60.
his level as a consequence of it.
Yeah, I actually agree with that statement. I think that he will like a full room in here, and he's one of those that
41.
will draw people in. People will want to come and see Devon Peterson. You don't get too often to see Devon Peterson here on the South Coast in the UK, so I would definitely advise you to get a ticket if you could, because he's
60.
entertainment on and off the board. He's just a great, great guy.
What do you make of that? Brandon Weston just punching himself on the leg to G himself up.
I've seen players do that with the darts in their hand, and they spike themselves to wake themselves up.
125.
And then 10 minutes later, you see blood seeping through holes in their trousers because they've got that angry over a situation or whatever.
140.
I know my dear old travel mate Gary Stafford used to do that an awful lot to wake himself up.
Probably never said anything about it.
125.
Knowing Gary.
Devon, you require
No, not at all.
116.
This is for back-to-back ton toppers and a 3-0 lead. Tops for Peterson.
Shot on
3-0.
a third
And this is a
leg,
really
Devon
good
Peterson.
performance so far. Averaging a shade under 96. 2-ton plus checkouts. 3 from 4 on his doubles. The African Warrior has
flag.
really
It's
come to
Brandon to
play
throw first.
here on this Thursday afternoon.
Game
And
on.
Brandon Weston here. That look on his face says it all. He has got it all to do.
But look at what
60.
a win has done for Devon. That first game up has given him confidence to start the day. He's not playing like the tail ender of Group A today, is he?
100.
He's playing like a peak Peterson. Average goes above
60.
the ton. He's not going to win the game with a 9-dart leg. In this leg, anyway.
100.
Oh, you're getting good at this, Henry. You should be a commentator full time.
85.
Just learning off the best.
I'm just a part-timer. Don't copy me.
At what? Farming?
No, or commentating.
Or playing?
Do you know what's coming up next? Another game of
100.
darts.
In fact, we've got another 10.
I know. Isn't it good?
32.
I could be out in the sun
Revenue
today
required,
getting a 10.
121.
Well, Peterson could be topping up the points here. He's got 6 on 1-2-1 to get the job done. And he's going to set himself up
89.
to a perfect degree, leaving himself on double 16 after 12. His average 100.27.
28.
13 data potentially to
Revenue
see the game
required,
through.
32.
And Peterson is setting the standard alight. It's been a delightful performance from Devon. And he gets
Shot
the
and the
W
match,
with a 15 dart
Devon
leg and a 4-0 win against Brandon Weston. A nice little embrace between the pair. Brandon, who's made a lot of friends so far today. He's got a win, but that's a heavy defeat for him. Devon, a 4-0 winner, average of 96.97. Those 2 ton-plus checkouts in the middle of the match, helping him en route to a comprehensive win. Coming up next, Raman and Rowlands. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. That is Richard Rowlands, and he is about to take on Brian Raman in our 5th game of the afternoon session. Before the break, Devon Peterson put in the performance of the day so far, averaging 96.97, had a couple of ton-plus outs in beating Brandon Weston 4-0. Myself, Henry Deacon, to join alongside the 2015 Lakeside champ, Scott Mitchell. And it's fair to say with these two, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way at all, it could be the pace of Raman up against Richard, who is trying to find a bit more rhythm to his game, but he knows exactly where his game is. And it was interesting actually hearing from Richard last night. He's actually listened to some comments made by Phil Taylor when he commentated on him at the World Seniors. He's actually trying to adapt his rhythm as a result.
Yeah, I suppose there's no better person to learn from. Mr. T knows his stuff, and he's been around the game a long time. I always find
First leg,
being
it's Brian to
in
throw
the presence
first.
of Phil, you can be
Game on.
sometimes overawed by it. But if you actually listen to what he is saying, you know, he's been around the game a long time, and he's seen all
10.
these scenarios before, for a similar scenario maybe with a different player on 2 or 3 occasions. So he tends to know the outcome of what happens if you continue to play the way that you're playing. And I think good for Richard that he's listening and learning. And I remember Mr. T telling me, he said, you can score, kid, or you can, but
44.
you've got to tighten up on them doubles because you give too many chances away. And I can't sort of went away from that and sort of learnt it. And the next thing I knew, I was a one-time world champion, and it was just words of wisdom that you have to take on board.
77.
Well, those words of wisdom about the doubles is something that Richard may want to take on board as well. He was 2 from 8 on the outer ring in that 4-2 defeat to Devon Peterson to start the day.
100.
Raman looked impressive in spells, had 3 180s, finished strongly, and beating Sean McKinney 4-0, averaging 87.13. But Richard's having, I think, the best year of his darting life so far. Appeared at the World Seniors
140.
Championship at the Circus Tavern in February, won the Golden Ticket qualifier, the Champion of Champions, won that, got through to the semi-finals, beat Robert Thornton, came
100.
close against Andy Hamilton.
Richard, you require
I think I'm right in
84.
saying I think he lived in Costa Rica for about 20 years or something, Richard. I think he's sort of come back a few years ago and sort of picked the darts up again. So he's finding it later in life, but he's really enjoying it. And
52.
you can see the way that he's playing, he's enjoying it, particularly at the seniors. The seniors is right up his street.
Well, it's what the World Seniors does. Yes, it's a
85.
great opportunity
Richard, you
to
require 32.
watch legends back in action or see players of the past that maybe you wouldn't do so otherwise. But it also gives opportunities to players like Richard, like Richie Howson, to almost have the best years of their darting life later on in life. Double 16 for the first leg. He has got time on his side,
No score.
and he's going to need the full quota of darts.
Yeah, Richie Howson's kind of embarrassment of talents. He's an absolutely super artist. He plays snooker, and if he turned to Formula 1,
105.
he may have to
Richard
cut his
required
ponytail off to
32.
fit the skid lid on his head, but you feel he could do that as well.
Yeah, but can he go quicker than Lando and that papaya? Can Rowlands find the red bit? Yes, is the
Shot on the first
answer.
leg, Richard
1-0 he
Rowlands.
leads at the break of throw, and that irks Raman in the background.
Second leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
However, who would win in a race between you and Lando Norris in a tractor?
Probably me. I don't think Lando would have the bottle in the tractor. You don't have all that safety stuff, you know. It will tip over.
59.
There's no two ways about it.
Mind you, drag reduction system in a tractor is basically how much mud's left on the wheels, isn't it?
No, just keeping the doors shut,
100.
mainly. If you want to slow down quickly, open the doors on a tractor. Acts as wings. DRS is opening the back window.
44.
Well, there's Scott Mitchell's farm hour out the way. Well, we saw in his previous game, a man, the Riddler, played in spells. Had 3 180s. Got better as the game went along. Has he just awoken up here? And has that awoken Richards?
123. $100.
Man leads himself on 1-2-1 to square this game up at 1 apiece. He'd get the break back, but Rowlands looking to apply ample pressure. He applies maximum pressure. He's on a 2-darter. He may now be the
121.
favourite to win the leg. Unless Raman could have found the treble 17 that left the ball.
62.
And so Rowlands for 2-zip,
Richard, you require
95.
95.
Attacked it. And so now needs to find the treble. He does. Double 8.
79.
Doesn't go. And so Raman to
Brian, you require
square this
59.
contest up at 1 apiece. We'll have a couple of darts at tops. 2 10s. To square
on the
up,
second
15
leg,
darter
Raman.
for the Belgium. It's 1-1.
Absolutely, and a nice transition from tops to 10s there, and a
Third
big
leg,
punch
it's
to
Brian to throw
himself to break
first.
back.
Game on.
Does he have the momentum now? That first start would tell me yes, he does. He feels he has.
95.
And when you win a leg like that, that maybe your opponent's had a darter double and you get it, you give yourself the little G up. Some do it very publicly, some do it just inside your head. Some try to ignore the situation and walk back as if nothing's happened.
137.
Raman there, absolutely finished it with the last dart as well when Rowlands maybe thought he was going to get back at that double 8.
Well, it's a little bit of a quiet moment for the World Seniors Tour. The next batch of events in Newbury in June, the Open Series 11-12,
59.
and then more Open Series events in July, which include the qualifiers for the World Seniors Match Play, which takes place on the 4th and 5th of October at the Barbican in York.
98.
An event that Richard will be hoping to qualify for, even through the qualifier or through his positioning in the WSDT Orders of Merit. Then the Masters is the last event of the year. That's taking place at the Rainton Arena up in the northeast on the 8th and 9th of
100.
November before the World Championships take place once again. The 20th to the 22nd of February at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet.
60.
And tickets for those events are available to buy via dartshot.tv. It's the same place you buy your tickets for a Saturday night here at the Super Series. And the Circus Tavern, I hear on good authority, is selling out very quickly.
Yeah, the Circus Town events have been absolutely sensational, and last year I think the Masters was in York at the
Brian, you
Barbican,
require
and
148.
it's a chance to get up close and personal with those stars of yesteryear. I hate to say it because I'm probably one of them, but
140.
it's a great
Richard, you
opportunity
require
to meet those guys, and
167.
good idea to get your tickets for those World Seniors events.
167 is going to go, and so Raman to turn this game around and to open up a 2-1 lead is looking at
87.
double 4
Brian, you require 8.
to move himself 2-1 to the good. On the wire.
4.
Dips below, and so Rowlands now has a chance
Richard, you
to
require
get
80.
the break, move himself 2-1 in front. It means that the first 3 legs of this game have all gone against Fro. One dart he'll get. Tops, and it's out the way.
40.
Pitched above. Raman
you
down for the
require
Desmond
4.
double.
Again, right on the wire. He's done that a couple of times
2.
in his previous match, and it's like almost too close.
Richard, you require 40.
Put 2 on the wire and then managed to get over the top and hit the double 2, but that one was not helping him. And is he going to get punished?
John
Yes,
of
he
third
does.
Leg, Richard Rowlands.
So far, 3 breaks of throw. Who wants to throw first in that situation?
4th leg, it's Richard to throw first.
Me in the last leg.
Game on.
That's who.
Well, Brian Raman, I'm not sure would make the world's best poker player because you can get a tell and you get a read of how he's feeling at key points
99.
in matches.
$100.
Had a little bit of a chat with Brian before the session got underway. He's very much enjoyed his week in Portsmouth so far,
59.
even if at points what's happened on the hockey hasn't quite married up to his expectations. He's been seeing the local scenery around here. He's been hitting maximums like that. He's been enjoying some sunsets down in Port Solent and having a look around Gunwharf Keys over the last couple of days. He's trying to find that right mix as well, because when you play in a Group A, particularly a Group A which finished as early as it
26.
did yesterday, you have a lot of free time to yourself, and sometimes how you use your downtime can be a key towards your success when you're on the hockey.
Yeah, it's Group A, I think, is difficult for players that aren't too local. I mean, Tommy's probably gone home. Tommy Morris, who won Group A this week. And a couple of weeks ago, I went home because it was 40 minutes, 50 minutes up the road. Those guys have got to find something to do. And obviously, they've got to keep themselves interested and happy. You don't want to be moping around, hanging around in a hotel room without maybe a practice board or whatever. You want to go out and
58.
use your time and explore the town. Quite a historic city is Portsmouth.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
And that's quite the leg. It's an 11 dart break back for Raman. It's 2-2.
5th
I'd
flag.
say the
It's
momentum
Brian
is
to
now
throw
here
first.
with Raman,
Game on.
surely to hold his own throat and see a holder throw for the first time in this game. He'll be fancying it for sure.
60.
Well, we haven't had the chance to speak to you since you've played. You mentioned you had those couple of days when you went back home, you went back to the farm. In hindsight, right decision, wrong decision for you?
Right decision. Yeah, right decision for me. Give myself something else to think
85.
about other than, from qualifying on that sort of 2 o'clock on a Wednesday and start thinking, I'm in the final till Saturday night at 7 o'clock. The last thing you want to do. So, I think I made the right decision. I went out and did a bit of work, helped out the local cricket club, trimmed their outfield and stuff, getting them ready for the first games of the
83.
season. All the local games sort of start this weekend. So, I like all sports, and it's nice to be involved, particularly at a local level,
60.
just to help out and do a few bits.
How many eggs did you sell to the cricket club?
Actually, no, I don't. Actually, to the cricket club, I only let the eggs go to my friends. So, yeah, you're one of the lucky ones, Henry.
I'm a lucky hen.
And how do you lay at night when you go to sleep?
99.
Painfully is the answer.
Says Scotty Dog, who before he goes to bed, he kisses his tractors
60.
and kisses his chickens, counts them as well.
Yeah, little fly round about 9:30 at night just to make sure all the hens are where they're supposed to be and the pygmy goats are back where they're supposed to be in their houses. And yeah, last check round of the cows at night.
58.
Full-time job, this farming. 7 in the morning till 9 at night minimum. I've got to be honest, I wouldn't have it any other way. It's two things that are very difficult to tie together, darts and farming, but love them both just the same.
And in both, you have to deal with people who just misbehave all the
60.
time.
Yeah,
Right, you
absolutely.
require
It's usually
96.
animals that misbehave on the farm.
76 left for Raman, who 3-2 in front. Rowlands poised at 1-1-6 for the break. He's just double checking he doesn't go over one of the smoke machine holes at the back of the stage.
Yeah, you can see them there. Those little vented areas. I think you've not
38.
been to the Super Series unless you
Richard,
put your
require
foot through one of those vents
116.
and squash the mesh through, so that it has to be repaired in the break.
Well, famously, Stephen Burton lost a dart down that vent. Well, Rowlands isn't going to get an opportunity at a double, and so Raman, who missed a lot of doubles in leg 3, could have actually been having this 58 for the match if things had been different, but to move himself 3-2 to the good, to move himself
100.
a leg away from the
Right, you
victory
require
post.
58.
Should have 2 at tops here. Rowlands sat on a double to break back. Tops for Raman. Double 10, last in hand, is
shot on the fifth
found.
flag, Brian
And he
Raman.
moves 3-2 in front. And now Rowlands is throwing to stay in the contest.
Yeah,
Sixth
indeed.
leg,
And once
it's Richard
again,
to
that
throw
transition
first.
from tops to
Game on.
tens, he was superb. And again, Rowlands leaving the double just when he was thinking he had a chance to get back. With last dart in hand,
58.
Raman takes it. Super stuff from Raman. Now the momentum's with him, surely to break. See, in this situation, it's easier to try and break now,
26.
in my opinion, than it is to try and hold your throw in the last 3-3 under pressure.
Is that a free roll thing because you know you've got another opportunity?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, our co-commentator Matt Edgar talks about the psychology of the game. That's his part of what he does, and
99.
that's what I love listening to him when he's talking about that, because everything he says, being a player, you can actually totally relate to. So he talks about the throwing with freedom when you're practicing and you're doing 12 dart legs, 11 dart legs and 15 dart legs. You're practicing against a
45.
computer maybe that is not actually giving you any pressure whatsoever. The situation is not giving you pressure and you throw with freedom. And that's the kind of thing you need to have in your repertoire in this situation. You don't want to be defending in this
99.
situation. You want to be attacking here at 3-2 against the darts and put your opponent under all sorts of pressure. So you need to throw with freedom to do that.
45.
And at the moment, you can see Raman is over trying.
Falling into that trying too hard trap again.
Yeah, absolutely. And people say, how can you try too hard?
140.
Easily, because when you're trying too hard, the adrenaline is kicking in. You're throwing harder than you would usually throw, and where you set yourself to let go of the dart,
100.
it's going high.
Richard,
And,
you
and
require
the last throw, when you were
105.
relaxed, it was going in the treble 20 from where there's just all sorts of scenarios that over trying, and similar things happens when you're tight, when you're nervous. Similar thing.
Double 16 to send us all the way.
73.
Doesn't go, but Raman, 285 means that he can only try and set up from here. He needs two trebles now.
100.
Doesn't, and so Rowland's got all the time
Richard,
he
you
wants to
require
dish this leg
32.
up and force Raman to serve it out. Two eights. It's been the one
Game
area
shot
of
of six
Richard's
flag,
game which he
Richard
will know
Rowland.
that he's just got to mop up a little bit on, but he brings it back to a last leg decider. Raman has the darts in leg 7.
Seventh and final leg. It's Brian to throw first.
So the scenario is we've had 4 breaks of throw in this match to get to 2-2. Now we've had 2 holds of throw to get to 3-3.
30.
And that is what you call a disastrous start from Raman.
Has opened up the door for Welshie to get the win.
And these are tight darts. You look at his arm as they move. They're tight
140.
darts, but wow. The first one was tight. Now all he's done is
140.
kicked Raman into action. Now he's got to back that 140 up as Rowlands to break. He needs a treble here.
82.
What a good find.
Just keeps asking the question of Raman.
97.
Finds the answer with the last dart. Just keeps things interesting.
Yeah, and Rowland's situation here, exactly what he's got to do. He's got to keep hitting trebles and just keep asking the question. Don't think about the finishing line at this point in time. Think about keeping under pressure.
45.
And when you have a non-treble visit like that, you know you've let somebody off the hook.
Could not be more even if you tried. 3-3, 2-3-4
64.
each after 9. Raman leaves himself on the fish. How can Rowland set up? Seemingly better. Ton 40 here would be huge.
98.
We'll take the
Brian, you
98
require
and run.
170.
The man, the fish to win. It's not going to go.
I'd have been interested to see, had Rowlands not
100.
hit that first treble,
Richard,
whether
you
he'd have
require
gone the Raman route there to leap
136.
170. Whether he'd have picked up on that. I see him more as a traditional straight shooter, Richard. And he'll stay there now to try and leave double
60.
19. And
Brian, you require 70.
Well, this is to win a real conspicuous contest. 12 scored there. And so it's a single 18 for Tots, but that dart's in the way. That was perhaps the harder dart. Tots of the match.
50.
It's below, but he had to do a lot of
Richard, you
moving and
require
searching
76.
in that particular turn. Rowlands may only get one himself for the match here.
yeah, good count for himself. I thought he left 78 there, not 76. So apologies for that. But he gets one dart now to take this game.
He only
Shot
needs
and
the
the match.
one.
Richard
And
Rowlands.
Rowlands beats Raman by 4 legs to 3. He gets his first win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Brian, who had taken a march in the match, but he couldn't see it off. That the tail of the tape from that particular encounter. Michelle van der Horst and Sean McKinney follows after this short break.
And welcome back to our Modus Super Series YouTube viewers. And in our last game, we saw a very topsy-turvy game between Brian Raman and Richard Rowlands. And Rowlands managing to break the throw in the last leg to win it 4-3 with a sharp double top with his last dart. Raman would be left reeling there. He had a chance to make it 2 out of 2 on the day. But the
First
match we
leg,
have
it's
coming
Michelle
up
to
now
throw
is our
first.
Game
on.
6 and our last match in our little mini group of games. And every player after this one will have played
60.
2 matches and start to see where they are in the day's group table. Van der Horst here
140.
from Holland takes on Sean McKinney, the Irishman, and showing a truly global
60.
feel here that we have at the Modus Super Series. And also in the game before, we had the Welshman taking on the Belgium.
59.
So let's not feel that this is just a UK-based thing. It is something you can come and qualify for. And
108.
Michael van der Horst there opens his 180 account. Sorry, Michelle van der Horst, not Michael. I should know
60.
better than that. I've known him for years.
Easily done. Just like that 180 was easily done by Michelle.
135.
135 for Michelle. He is himself on 66 after a dozen.
Some of the guys abroad call me
60.
Scott Michelle.
Michelle, you require 66.
Maybe it's because I wear a pink shirt at weekends. Who knows?
There's a lot of people that call you a lot of other things as well.
Yeah, thanks for that, mate. They do.
26.
Well, that miss of the board isn't going to matter too much. He comes back for tops.
The only thing that does matter there is probably Sean McKinney has ruined the fact that he threw one off the
58.
board and he wasn't close
Michelle,
enough to
you
take
require
advantage.
40. Game shot on her first leg.
16
Michelle van der
data, but
Horst.
effectively 15 because one went a bit wild.
Second leg. It's Sean to throw first.
What would the
Game on.
what would the averages be if you actually took the missed darts off the when you go for a double and you say you've had 8 darts at a double and you've missed them? If you took all the
81.
blank scores off?
Well, everyone would average 105 every single game. Well,
Correct. Absolutely correct. It's the biggest part of the game.
well, if you actually took that miss
60.
out, Michelle van der Horst after leg one would have been averaging 100.2 because he would have had a 15 dart leg. Well, in his previous match,
118.
Michelle missed 22 darts at a double, including about a dozen to win the last leg decider against Brandon Weston.
100.
I'm not going to comment because I'm a player
60.
on missing doubles. I can't because I do that myself.
Well, we can show you the VT if you want.
Yeah, I'm sure that they'd find that too.
60.
I also wear check shirts like this as well, but I usually wear them for work or to the farmer's market.
You're a farmer.
Nah, never been one.
100.
First I've ever heard.
Absolutely.
Next you tell me you won Lakeside.
No. Don't like fishing.
56. Sean, you require 142.
142 for McKinney. This actually be to get his first leg of the day on the board. He has got a little bit of time to do that.
90.
He's himself on 52 to square proceedings up.
99. Sean, you require 52. Game shot on his second leg. Sean McKinney.
Yeah, absolutely break a throw there for Sean McKinney that will settle him
Third
down.
leg. It's Michelle to throw first.
When you're on debut, it's then you have to wait till game 6 for your second game, and everybody else has been playing in front of you. Can be slightly difficult mentally because you're just
85.
itching to get up there after your first game because you've learnt so much in one game. You learn so much here in that very first game. You don't know what to expect.
100.
You don't know what it feels like, and once that first game's done and over, you then know what's coming. You know what to expect. You know what to feel. You know how to walk to the board. You know which route and direction it is in the
140.
building. There's lots of firsts on that first game that you wouldn't understand kind of by watching, but as a player being here, you do.
41.
And is this the advantage of something like the Super Series? Say, for example, when you played at the Lakeside, you had one game, and if you lose it 3-0, then you have to wait another year to have another go at it. Whereas here, Sean
100.
lost 4-0 to Raman, but within the space of half an hour, he's back on the hockey.
Yeah, and I mean, I had exactly that situation. I lost to Darryl Gurney on my first
60.
attempt, and you know, look what he's gone on to do. And I lost to Jan Decker on the second attempt, and both times there was, you know, there's not a lot I could do
60.
about either. But it starts playing on your mind, and like I say, you've got to wait a year to go back there and sort it out. So it took me 3
85.
calendar years and 3
You show your
3 years of travelling around the
116.
circuit to get my first win on that Lakeside stage, and it's very difficult. With here, you get 5 chances a day, and you get to play
60.
minimum of 2 days together. It's just bliss. I just wish this was around when I started.
133.
Well, that's left
Michelle,
McKinney
you
on
require
82. Van der
56.
Horst 56 to move himself 2-1 in front. Tops for the Dutchman.
Game shot on a third leg. Michelle
It's been ruthless on that target. That's been the double that's kind of given him the most success so far. Van der Horst 2-1 in front.
Fourth flag. It's Sean to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a tidy encounter. It's been going with throw. Not totally the opposite to our last game, which all
59.
first 4 legs went against throw, but Michelle van der Horst here is now looking to break and throw him with a bit of freedom, and he comes up with his second 180 of the match.
140.
Well then, Michelle, what have you got? Well, there's 4. But the 5th goes a-begging.
99.
Indeed it does, but an important treble visit,
60.
and that's unfortunate from McKinney. He's deserved a little bit more than that. There were 3 nicely thrown darts, just didn't actually hit the target, and that doesn't help your confidence when your
140.
opponent then jumps straight in and hits what you've been aiming at.
And now threatens the break of throw to move 3-1 in front.
42.
We've seen 11
Michelle,
darts
you
today
require
from Brian
82.
Raman. Can Michelle follow up in kind? Went for the bullseye. Now may go tops. In fact, treble 20 leaves double 10.
62.
But he is going to return.
He has looked over his shoulder and sees that he has a little time.
80. Michelle, you require 20.
His opponent is approaching the last corner as Van der Horst is leaving it.
Game shot on a
And
full
leave it he
flag.
does and
Michelle
makes the
van der
finish
Horst.
line.
Michelle is just being a little bit streaky
flag. It's
today,
Michelle
isn't
to
he?
throw
Struggled
first.
in his first match
Game
against
on.
Brandon Weston, but here, averaging 90.87, 3 from 5 on his doubles. And he looks so in control.
93.
Streaky indeed. You know your bacon, you do, Henry.
Yeah, I've been here long enough. I might as well know 1 or 2 bits.
140.
And it's really good of you to come in on your day off as well. Very good. I'd have brought you some eggs if I'd have known.
81. $100. $40. $120.
It's a couple of times now that's happened to McKinney. He's had a dart on the floor when he really didn't need it.
135. Sean, you require 141.
I thought that was going to be another 180 there from Van der Horst. That was nothing to be sneezed at.
65. Michelle, you require
152 to win the match for Michelle. Isn't going to go, and so McKinney will return for 76 to pull this game back to 3-2,
55.
return the contest
Sean,
to
you
throw.
require 76.
1 dart at double top.
56.
Doesn't go. And so
Michelle,
Van
you
der Horst
require
to complete
97.
what's been quite a regularity this week, sub 10-minute matches, 97. Tops. Superb
shot and the match,
for Michelle
Michelle
van der Horst.
Horst.
An average in excess of 90, 4 from 6 on the doubles. He has put 20 points on his average following that opening defeat to Brandon Weston straight down the stage, and it's full focus for the Dutchman. He beats McKinney by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, it's going to be the first game of the round 3 of our day as Devon Peterson takes on Brian Raman. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we have completed 2 rounds of play of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Michelle van der Horst got the better of Sean McKinney by 4 later on. But it's been a day dominated by Devon Peterson so far. He's won 2 from 2, the only player to do exactly that, while Sean McKinney is the only player yet to pick up a win. But our next game sees Peterson and Raman go toe-to-toe. You could say it's the heavyweight battle as far as this Group C is concerned. Peterson, who has looked so impressive today, won both his matches. Game 1 averaged 84.8, and you felt that there was more gears for the African Warrior to go, and boy did he go through them in his next match. 2-ton plus checkouts, a 96.97 average in beating Brandon Weston 4-0. All is good for the African Warrior so far. As for Raman, well, he put in a good performance to start, 87.13, a 4-0 win against McKinney, before then losing out on the last leg to side against Richard Rowlands in a game which he would have felt that he should have been on the other side of the winner's enclosure of. But Raman, in spells, you could say has been the best player today. But in terms of patches of consistency, it's been Peterson who's been the main man.
And the other concern for Raman here is if he doesn't want
60.
Devon to start stretching him and getting away at the top of the group, he has to do something about that right now and try to inflict the first defeat on Peterson today. But let's not forget, it was not too many moons ago. This was a Pro Tour fixture.
100.
Well, less than 6 months ago, both these players plied their trade on the PDC Pro Tour.
85.
Let's not be beating around the bush. Both would have
100.
enjoyed the fact of drawing one another on that Pro Tour as well.
Well, there is a meeting between the pair prior to playing at the Super Series in
140.
2024. They met in the second Challenge Tour event of the year. Peterson running out a 5-3 victory against Raman, averaging 88.5 in that particular contest. That was in the round of 16.
100. Brian, you require 148. $60.
As far as this week's battle between the pair is concerned, we'll get into that in our next leg. Peterson, 141. Second dart doesn't go. And so Raman back for 88 for the break and a 1-0 lead.
Brian, you require 88.
Pressure applied then from Peterson. 18 for the ball.
63.
Not to
Devon,
be
you
this
require
time
32.
for Raman. And these are the things that Devon has got to start doing,
Shot
and
of
he's
first
done
leg,
it well
Devon
once
Peterson.
again. Restricting your opponent's chances. We're definitely
Second
seeing a
leg, it's
different
Brian to
Devon
throw
Peterson
first.
today that we've
Game
seen
on.
the first 3 days.
So something just clicks for him, and sometimes having the desperation of a second group where you've got to
77.
go and get the job done can sometimes help a player like Devon.
Just having that eye of the tiger, and in his mind he must have been saying then, this would really hurt. This would really hurt if I hit this
140.
double 16. And not only did he hit it clean first dart and said, there's no going back here. You give me chances, Mr. Raman.
95.
I'm going to take them. So it puts the pressure immediately back on Brian.
How important is that 6-letter word beginning with B? Belief.
It's
55.
massive. Absolutely massive. It's belief and confidence. The two together. You can practice all day
140.
for 6 months. And if you don't believe you can put your toe to that hockey and beat your opponent, you're mustard. You've had it. You know, who has mustard on their burger these days? Nobody. You've had it. So you've got to be tomato ketchup, haven't you? You've got to be the one that
96.
everybody loves.
And I just wonder, because of everything that's gone on, the fact he's dropped off the tour, because he's had to restructure his throw, he's had a couple of injuries here and there, that
81.
maybe initially came into this environment, came into this format, almost just a... Fractured isn't the right word, but it's the word that perhaps springs to mind. Needed to
135.
rebuild himself from
Brian, you
a
require
particular
108.
base. And actually now, he knows what he's capable of doing in this environment, and now he's got that real iron, that real belief as a consequence of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And before the day started, Devon would have probably targeted Brian as his biggest rival here for the group.
44. Devon, you require 75.
And his target today and his game that he would have really wanted to make sure that he won today is this game. So give himself opportunities.
Game shot on a second
And he
leg.
continues
Devon
to give
Peterson.
himself opportunities. And you can see by the look on Ramon's face there, he's continuing
Third leg, it's Devon to throw first.
to give him a punch
Game
to the
on.
solar plexus for sure, because that one hurt.
Well, Devon Peterson has won 10 legs so far today and has missed just 6 starts at a double in the process. He's 2 from 2 in this match, and the 2 games that he won, he was
57.
4 from 7 on his doubles, including 2 ton-plus checkouts against Brandon Weston. This is weak winning form here at the minute by Devon Peterson. Let's get that right.
56.
Yep, correct. It's all about that outer ring and getting that piece of your game right.
However, this...
You're not after massive percentages on the
100.
outer ring. You're just after 33%. It means you're hitting 1 every 3 darts. And how often do you go to the board with 3 darts in your hand to hit? So that's all you're asking
58.
yourself. It doesn't sound a lot, but it's very difficult to achieve.
The big difference as well with Devon today is that first dart. That is pitched perfectly. Is it a maxi? Yes is the answer. But what we have seen in Group A a lot was that first dart just drag low, and he's a little bit of an FDM. And sometimes when that first dart sits low, the recovery from that hasn't quite been as he'd like. But he's getting that first dart right, which is giving him the best chance of succeeding when it comes to the entirety of a visit.
40.
Exactly. And when Brian
Devon, you
steps
require
back there and has a little
164.
chastise to himself, and you're the player stood behind, it's music to your ears, that. It's absolute music to your ears. You then put the pedal to the metal and go on, giving him pain.
100.
His average here is in excess of a ton,
60.
Peterson, and it looks like he's racing
Devon,
into
you
a 3-0
require
lead, and
64.
Raman has got nothing by way of reply. 1 dart at double 16, but he's got 3 more if it doesn't go.
32.
There's an element there in Devon's head that he knew that didn't need to go. Where I think the previous 2 legs, he knew that had to go. And he threw it slightly
81.
differently, a little bit more defensive.
Devon, you require 32.
No sense of urgency. And there's no sense of urgency here either. He's got a little bit of time to pick apart the 32. Well, how does he find a way through that? There's a massive drawbridge stopping his passage through to that little green bit at the end. He's got a little bit of the bottom corner, as you can see there, to aim at.
Yeah, it has to be the route, but the angle his darts go in, it could be a problematic route.
Game shot on a third
Oh,
leg.
he went
Devon
high.
Peterson.
Oh, he kidded us both. Kidded us both. What a last dart that was. Took his time.
Fourth leg.
Knew
it's
it had
Brian
to
throw
go.
First. Game on.
Raman a wry smile there. But like I said earlier about Peterson targeting this game,
100.
Raman would have done the same. Brian Raman would have done the same. And had he been able to turn Peterson over here, that would have got him back into where he needed to be. So has he over-tried?
100.
Is that what's happening to Raman here? Maybe he has, but the fact of the matter is the brilliance of Peterson has seen him 3-0 up.
100.
Well, there's a 10-point gap between the pair on the averages. Peterson 92.48, Raman 82.82. The real damage in terms of the scoring power pack has been done with Peterson's ton-plus throws. He's had
45.
8 compared to 3 of Raman. Raman may have had 1 more 140 than Devon, but it's been the consistency of the power scoring for Devon, which has just given him more
140.
opportunities. But a real fist bump there from Brian. Not going to get himself going, geeing himself up. First to a finish to bring one back and to at least make Devon serve it out in the next.
60. Brian, you
I
require
love people giving it a little fist
161.
pump when they play me. It just absolutely winds me up. They give a fist pump when they hit a 140 and you think, is that your first one you've ever hit?
85.
And that gives you the drive as an opponent. It really does. Sometimes it makes you over-try, but more often than not, it stops you falling asleep.
45. Brian, you require 76.
This has been a good leg from Raman.
Game shot on the 4th flag, Raman.
14 darts, and he says to himself, yes, I can do that. But these are two players that
5th flag.
won't
it's
mind the
Devon
way
to
this
throw
game's
first.
being played in terms
Game
of
on.
tempo, in terms of pace, and the way that both players play the game. They both wear their hearts on their sleeve.
And they've both got mileage as well at the top end of the game. You know, this isn't their first rodeo, is it? They know how this feels. Devon wouldn't have worried about that last leg. He would have just let it go. He'd be more concerned about this leg
31.
and trying to keep it nice and tight. Now we're hearing Devon remonstrate with himself. And that is a lovely, lovely dart.
140.
Oh, that is 2 lovely darts. Good recovery. And like we said about earlier with Van der Horst about trying to recover from that dart under the treble 20. To go over the top, because Devon's a little bit taller as well. He's able to do that. But what a 140 back there from Raman.
Well, that 140 there from Devon is the difference between Group
140.
A and Group C, because on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, when that dart was dragging below, he couldn't find a recovery. He did there, and he's on for a potential 11-dart leg to win the match. A 4-1 victory, which will see him
81.
move 4 points clear temporarily, and his legs difference will be in a stupendous place. 1 dart at the bullseye.
56.
Doesn't go.
Brian, you require 130.
Well, that's the frustration of a man who knows that Peterson's going to come back. He should have 2 darts at double 8 or double of
65.
choosing to get the
Devon, you
job
require
done.
25.
It's been another good performance from the South African. But he's missed a big number. It's only going to be 1 at double 4. It goes inside. Raman is reprieved.
And you can see
Brian,
of
you
all the
require
good work
65.
that Devon has done, it could all be undone here by Raman. Too accurate.
Game shot on the
But
5th
he's
flag,
let
Brian Raman.
Raman have a chance. All stem from that hitting the big 9. You've
6th
got to hit
flag,
the big
it's Brian
9,
to
and
throw first. Game on.
because it's a negative thought once you miss it. It's a negative thought once you hit that 14. And then you know you're only getting 1 dart a double. And sometimes you could be even more negative and not even get that.
85.
But now Raman is back in this game. And it's Peterson has all the thinking to do.
66.
Just lost the lie a little bit there, did Peterson. That's perfect.
140.
He would have been disappointed if he didn't find at least 1 more bedfellow there. Surely that's a max. 140 will do. Good scoring in this leg. Raman is actually tiptoed above Peterson in the average stakes. Been a good quality contest, and it could be a quality
140.
contest that gets a crescendo leg, because Raman is first to have finished to send us to leg 7. Man has already lost in a
81.
last leg
Brian, you
decided
require
today to
136.
Richard Rowlands in his previous match. He's got 6 from here to try and change that particular
55.
fact.
When you get back into these games like Raman has, Raman just has played it 1 leg at a time. He hasn't looked at... Should go treble 18 here.
108.
But no, just pressures the shot. Leaving himself double
Brian, you require
17.
81.
Double 6. He won the last leg on that double. You can see the
75.
puncher mark, but it goes inside, and that may well be
Devon,
the
you
last dart he
require
throws.
34.
Peterson hit a max with the last throw to pile the pressure on Raman. It may have paid dividends, but now he has to take out the double 17,
Shot.
which he
And the
does
match,
so.
Devon
First time of
Peterson.
asking. It's a 13-dart leg, and it's a hat-trick of wins for Devon Peterson to kick-start his Thursday here at the Super Series. And it is a South African who is in prime position to make it through to finals night. He beats Raman by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Brandon Weston up against Sean McKinney. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, the African warrior Devon Peterson made it 3 wins from 3 to kickstart his day, getting the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 2 in our highest quality contest of the afternoon session. Peterson averaging 92.73, 4 from 9 on his doubles. And so the African warrior has put himself in a great stead to progress through to Saturday night's final. Well, these two are the bottom 2 in the table. Brandon Weston and Sean McKinney going toe-to-toe in our middle match of the afternoon. McKinney looking to get his first win on the board here of the live lounge. Brandon did that against Michel van der Horst 4-3 before then losing out 4-0 to Devon Peterson in his previous match. I wonder what's going to happen in this one, Scotty Dog.
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
30.
I think Weston will just be trying to
97.
straighten up his arrows and find his scoring boots. Because I think he's the sort of player that once he finds his scoring
60.
boots, I think the double boots come with him. He needs to give himself opportunities, because I think if he gives himself opportunities,
58.
like he did in the first game, he's quite happy to take them, no matter how many darts he has to throw at him. He needs to inspire
83.
himself here, the Magic Man.
The Magic Man needs to find some aces up his sleeve.
100.
Well, the cards are stacked against him right now.
30.
And he doesn't want to be bottom of the pack at the end of this particular match.
McKinney's been in the averages, he's been in the 80s with his averages. He's been,
81.
you can say, a little unfortunate. He played Raman first up. And then in his second game, he
58.
played Van der Horst at his best as well on a 90-plus average. So he can feel a little hard done by with his opening 2 games. And this is one that he will
99.
have to believe is more than winnable for himself. And that's no disrespect to Weston.
51.
It's just what we've
Sure,
seen
you
so
require
far on the morning.
66.
McKinney 66 for the opening leg. He hasn't played bad at all. Averages of 84 and 80.5. And
Game shot on
that's
the
a
first leg,
double
Sean
top to break
McKinney.
the throw of Brandon and to lead by a leg to 0. The
Second
Magic
leg,
Man
it's
needs
Sean
to play
throw
his
first.
cards right.
Game on.
Otherwise, this won't be a good game for him.
Yeah, now away goes McKinney again, and you feel that he's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat here, the
95.
Magic Man.
$100.
It goes down as a ton, that last score, but
100.
first 2 darts were high and handsome, and managed to recover. There we go. He's a bit better, slightly better pace there. And he's gone ton. As you say, he's a likeable lad out in the back room, quite popular.
108.
There's Weston. You don't want to be popular in the back room. You want to be popular on the board, because all your mates are watching you. They've all got the Super Series
86.
YouTube channel
So
on,
when you require 126.
giving it a look to check out how he's doing.
Yeah, the last thing Weston wants is a super mare on this Thursday.
58.
Other seaside towns available.
Just like Portsmouth on a Saturday night at the Super Series.
65. Sean, you require 68.
But this is
I don't know what the Horatio of seaside towns are.
48.
tops of 2. That would have been a 15
Brandon,
dart
you
leg. Pretty good
require
performance so far for
150.
McKinney. His average just delved below 90. On the cusp of a 2-0 lead.
58. Sean, you require 20.
I haven't seen the best from him yet, but I feel like the games that he's played, he hasn't been allowed to play at his best. Oh, they have nudged the wire, the pair.
No
Oh,
score.
and it grazes the other side.
Brandon,
And
you require
Weston has been able
92.
to pick off opportunities like this so far. Another one of them would have been
56.
sublime.
Sean, you require 20.
Yeah, McKinney doesn't want to be doing this too often, giving Weston
Game shot on the
chances
second leg,
because
Sean
you're
McKinney.
riding your luck a little bit. I feel that, like you say, we haven't seen the best of McKinney yet, and I think that
Third leg, it's Brandon to throw
he's
first.
coming across as like he's a
Game on.
mid-80s man, which will win you a lot of games here. There's no two ways about it, particularly if you've got the throw.
24.
We saw with Andy Davidson earlier on this week where his numbers in terms of the ADC qualifiers he got through were around the mid-80s mark. He played to that kind of level, and
137.
it's unlucky that Tommy Morris was just a little bit too good in terms of winning the Group A.
78.
Yeah, Tommy loves this place, and he stepped himself up a level. It's been coming in the last few weeks. Locally, he started to play better. And there's no better time to peak than here at the
41.
Super Series, and that's what he did this week. Obviously, we don't want to put a peak too early. He's got Saturday night still to come. I'm sure he's
57.
back home, keeping an eye on his opponents here this week and checking out the players that he doesn't know. Or he could go the other way, Tommy. He could
100.
not give a rat's doodah about what's going on here, and he'll just come in thinking about himself on Saturday, and I think that's probably the way to approach it.
96.
Is ignorance bliss then?
It can be, yes. Yeah, it can be. I mean, I used to have a big thing about not watching the Premier League when I was in the Pro
97.
Tours. I didn't want to see these guys playing great because I could draw on first round at the next Pro Tour. So I avoided the Premier League like the plague watching it. Even
51.
it was a strange
Sean, you
thing for
require
me, and I didn't want to know that, you know, Aspinall had just won the night before, and that's exactly what happened to me at the
58.
at the UK Open. I went and watched the Premier League the night before for something to do while I was sat in my hotel room, and and what happened? I drew Aspinall fourth round the next day, and I'd seen him play brilliant the day
25.
before, and he got me
Sean, you require
10-6, and if I hadn't sort of given him quite so much respect from the night before, maybe I could have done a little more.
Tots a 3-0 and the double
28.
break.
Brandon, you require 100.
Well, has Brandon got a big fish in him? No.
60.
Well, Brandon's
Sean, you require
in severe
40.
danger here of being like Colchester United down the bottom of the table.
Game shot on the third
McKinney gets the
leg,
double
Sean
break
McKinney.
and leads 3-0. And 3-0 down actually is a fate which his beloved Colchester United have suffered on more than one
Fourth leg,
occasion
Sean
this
to throw
season.
First. Game on.
Yeah, that was for you, Binksy, I think, if you're watching.
Oh, he'll be watching.
60.
He'll be watching. There'll be a text come through on my phone in the next couple of minutes.
59.
Well, I'd say text. There'll be about 10 of them at once, probably on 3 different types of messaging services.
100.
I just want Brandon here to sort of steady himself down and get a leg on the board again,
60.
to maybe give him some impetus and make a game of it. Because at the moment it's all
59.
one-way traffic to McKinney. I've not seen McKinney throw before, but I'm quite impressed with what I'm seeing. He's definitely growing into this group, and there's his first 180 of the group.
He's solid, and I think that's one of the best compliments you can pay a player.
60. Sean, you require 102.
It looks like he's just going to give you that level, and if you go above that level, you might get him. But if you go under it, his consistency will
62.
get you. He looks a solid performer.
I've-
20.
Wow. I think that sums his day up so far.
Sean, you require
Well, McKinney
40.
to get himself on the board, tops for 4-0 success and his first win of the day. Double 10.
Game
It's
shot
found, and
under
it's a 4-0
Sean
win for Sean McKinney. He beats Brandon Weston by 4-0. Coming up after the break, Rowlands against Van der Horst. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Sean McKinney got the better of Brandon Weston by 4-0. Next up for us, Richard Rowlands up against Michel van der Horst. It's our 9th game of the afternoon session here in Portsmouth. An intriguing game as well. Van der Horst, 1 win, 1 defeat from his day. As far as Richard Rowlands is concerned, well, he has a similar fate. So there's a mid-table battle. The winner will move on to 4 points and will apply the closest pressure to Devon Peterson, who is out on top with 6 points to his name. On the basis of play today,
First leg, it's Richard to throw first.
Michel's had 1 good,
Game
1
on.
bad. Rowlands has been consistently plotting through the middle. So what gives, do you think, Scott?
Well, to be fair, knowing that both the players like I do, I think it's pretty much gone to form. That is what Michel does. You've actually hit the nail on the head. And Richard is he is that steady Eddie type player, and he actually, you know, does what it says on the tin. He's going to do his level, and that's where he's at. He can lift it if need be, and he's a very consistent player. So I think if Michel comes in off of that 90 average from his game before, so you would think
100.
that he's looking to repeat something in those lines, and Richard will lift his game to go with that, and that makes it an intriguing contest for me.
60.
Two contrasting styles, because obviously Richard is quite slow on the release and the way that he draws it back and gets his sights up.
95.
But as you can see, very successful, whereas Van der Horst likes to have a little bit more flow and rhythm about what he's doing, but
140.
he's not doing badly here. This is making Michel concentrate. He's getting time to think behind the board. And as a dart player, you have to face all sorts. You have to
58.
face the rapid Ricky Evans type player, the rat-tat-tat, and you have to face the Terry Downs type player. Those who don't know who Terry Downs is,
100.
jump on
Richard,
Slow
you're at
Player
108.
on YouTube. Slow darts player. And sometimes it pops up as me. Other times it pops up as Terry Downs playing Jockey Wilson back in the day.
Double 16 for 108.
92.
Yeah, I hear your game with
Show
Matt
your
Clark
fire,
at the World
101.
Seniors comes up, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably does, yeah.
Double 16 for Michel.
85.
Doesn't go, and so Rowlands is back for
Richard
double eight. Both
requires
players left on
16.
double eight. Well, so close to the mark. Michel took his glasses off to have a better look. Don't know how that works.
These are the types of shots that Rowlands clears up.
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Richard
right on
Rowlands.
cue. That's what he does. It's exactly what he does. And
Second leg.
you
It's
give him an
Michel to throw
opportunity. He's
first.
so clinical
Game
with
on.
3 darts in his hand. And that's what you should be as a dart player. You know, it's
43.
it's a kick in the guts there for Van der Horst. And he kicks off with 43 because he's still thinking about that leg before.
$135.
702 this from Richard. Looking to get the break back. Said in his interview before
43.
play got underway that darts is very much something for enjoyment, but he wants to play it at the highest possible level that he can. He's tasted the big stage this year and would like to taste it a little bit more in the World Seniors.
100.
This would be a big step in the right direction if he can make it through to a Saturday night finals night of the Live Lounge.
Yeah, and you have to say that Richard's had limited big stage
140.
minutes, let's say, and these are just valuable moments for him here. Whatever happens this week, it's valuable moments for him. Age is just a number.
60.
You can develop yourself at this game, and no matter what age the game never gives up on you as a player. It's usually the player that gives up on the game first.
105.
in my experience.
I've had a horse has left himself on 170 after 12. Richard may have a sniff of an opportunity against the throw for a 2-0 lead.
122. Michelle, you require 170.
The fish for Van der Horst.
60.
Tell you, I
Richard,
do
you
love that
require
Luke Littler when
84.
he hits the fish and he does that. The old fishing rod celebration when he hits the big fish. I love it.
May just be a dart at the bullseye. Oh, he won't even get that. He's missed the big number. And he was going for the big number. That's why he'd be even more annoyed.
And he's just had a little chat with himself and said, "Oh, you silly Welshman,
44.
you."
Michelle, you require 110.
Well, what can Michelle make of the 110? Triple 18 for the double. Not to be, and so Rowlands will return
58.
for tops for 2-0.
Richard, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
2-0
second
Rowlands. He
leg,
gets the
Richard
break.
Rowlands.
And once again, with 3 darts in his hand, he doesn't miss. When the opportunity
Third
knocks,
leg, it's Richard to throw first.
Rowlands
Game
comes
on.
knocking and kicks the door down.
Well, this might be a dangerous sentence for me to say. Richard Rowlands is really relishing this.
140.
And if you'd have got that wrong, I'd have squeamed and squeamed and squeamed and squeamed.
100.
Where's Corin?
46. $140.
Tom 40 for Van der Horst has just given him a half-dart lead in this third leg.
Yeah, one thing with Michelle, he won't go away. That's not in his makeup. He doesn't go away.
$100.
These best of 7 encounters, you mustn't panic until you get 3-0 down. It's the panic stations. And even if it's 3-0 down and it's your throw in the fourth, you've got to back yourself.
Now Van der Horst is in severe trouble.
177.
Rowlands left a double
Show
after
you
12.
file
This 1-2-1 quite
121.
simply now has to go. Treble 17 bull. Isn't going to be pinned by the Dutchman, and he's not
42.
going to set it up
Richard, you
to
require
tune either.
38.
So he's going to split to hit. Now double 16 for a free zip lead. Van der Horst shakes his head in the background,
Game
and
shot on
that
the third
is
leg,
as to
Richard
why.
Rowlands.
3-0 to Welshie.
The only mistake that Van der Horst is making is
Fourth
giving
leg,
Rowlands
it's
an
Michel to throw
opportunity.
first. Game on.
Because he takes it every time. So he now has to sit there, Michelle, and go, right, I've got to up my game here just to get a leg. I'm going to
58.
absolutely turn the screws, put the afterburners on, and I'm capable of winning a leg here on my own throat. And that's exactly what he needs to do.
$60. $140.
That was a fantastic last start there to crowbar in a 140.
Yeah, when he's in flow, Michelle, and that nice little flow and that rhythm, he looks unbeatable. I think we can say that about a lot of players.
60.
Find that throw and rhythm and flow and freedom that you're happy with when you're throwing. You look a totally different player than
91.
when it's just becoming such a tough game for you.
Well, in the previous leg, Van der Horst had the opportunity to pull one back, but Rowlands put in a big visit to
97.
stop him en route. But looks like Van der Horst is going to get 6 on 2-12 to get the job done in this particular leg and force Rowlands to
45.
serve attack in the 5th. However, it's only going to be 167. This is punishable by Richard here.
Well, he did very similar to Michel in the last leg here when he popped in a 177 from not too far away from this point.
64. Michel, you require 167.
Knows he should have done better from that first treble there, Richard. Van der Horst 167.
95.
He's going to leave it for 72. But what the Welshman would give here for a max.
A 140 won't be far out here, you know.
100. Michel, you require 72.
Love that camera angle from the overhead shot. See the angle of the darts. It's tops then for Van der Horst to put his first leg on the board
52.
here in this match. But
Richard, you require 120.
once again, he's allowing Rowlands a chance, and it's that first dart has to be straight. And he's made the cardinal sin by going so hard at the treble 20. He lost his line and length.
44. Michel, you require 20.
Other cricket references available.
Game shot
Double
on a 4
5
flag. Michel
for
van der Horst.
Van der Horst is found. He brings it back to 3-1, but Rowlands here has the darts in the 5th to
5th flag.
get
It's
the
Richard
job
to throw
done.
First. Game
And
on.
if he can win it by a hefty scoreline, he will put himself in a decent position in terms of legs difference as well.
Does Van der Horst's name translate
60.
into I'm Michel with a horse?
$60.
It's like that song, isn't it? I'm going through the desert on a horse with no name.
Correct, yeah. And it's good to be back at the
60.
game. So let's leave that one behind you.
Tugs and Teaser, who sung that song?
$140.
We're all thinking about it now, Henry. You've got us all thinking.
100.
I've got the song stuck in my head, which is probably a bit dangerous.
$180.
Sung by America. 1972 that was released.
Oh, that's why I didn't know it well before my time. I was only 47 then.
Well, to quote that
99.
song, Michel van der
Michel, you
Horst may
require
be on the first
121.
part of the journey in terms of the comeback.
57.
Well, if you played Doug Bain, then it'd be Van der Horst up against the man with no name. Anyway, I've gone through the desert of content. So Van der Horst back for
57.
64 to bring it back to
Michel, you require
3-2.
64.
The double.
48.
Well, that looked like a single attempt.
Michel, you require
This for the match.
Richard, you require 125.
Once again, and the horse gives Rowlands a chance. First part succeeded. Second part, not quite.
61. Michel, you require 16.
I always think going for the 16s on that shot means that you don't think you're going to get back, because that leaves 64, which I think is a more difficult shot than 60, because you have to hit some sort of treble to get 2 darts at it.
No score.
And now
Richard, you
Rowlands has
require
a
64.
tangible chance of winning this match. 64.
And I just think 60 is an easier shot. No, he's only going to get 1 dart. And it's for the match.
32.
Van der Horst was nodding his head, thinking it was
Michelle, you
gone.
require 16.
As Kenneth Wollumstone would say, they think it's all over. It could
No
be now,
score.
because Rowlands comes back for 32
Richard, you require 32.
to get over the line instead of 4-1 success. 2 8s. It's found
and the
for
match,
Richard Rowlands to get the W. He beats Michelle van der Horst by 4 legs to 1. A good contest. The average is brought down because of a couple of missed doubles at the end. Michelle 1 from 11 on the outer ring. He really is struggling at the end of legs. As for Rowlands, well, nay bother for him. A 4-1 victory against van der Horst. Raman and Weston follows on the Super Series front.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
So welcome back to the live lounge, and we're 9 games in now. All our players have played 3 matches, and here's some of the notable stuff. Devon Peterson has had the afternoon of his darting career here, particularly here at the Super Series, with wins over Rowlands, Brandon Weston And I think it could be an important game over Raman in his last one. And Raman has been hit and miss here this morning or this afternoon. He's kind of not troubled the scores. He'd like to be higher up on the league table. And here is the league table with Devon Peterson riding high with 3 out of 3. Rowlands is sort of being the consistent man. He's hanging in there in second place. Don't forget, it's 2 from this group go in to the Saturday night final. And Raman will not, and Horst will not wanting their opponents to be getting away. And it's very tight for that second spot. But we have many more games to go, including this one at the start. It's Raman now who takes on Brandon Weston, who, without being rude, Brandon's not kind of turned up yet. He's still finding his feet here at the Super Series, and you wouldn't get against Raman of what we've seen so far in the first 9 games, you know, winning this at a canter.
It's almost felt a case of the harder Brandon's tried, the more trying things have got for him so far. As for Raman, and this ain't a disrespect to Brandon, he will sense this as a real opportunity to pick some points up, but also help with the legs difference. Picked up that win against Van der Horst, Brandon.
100
hasn't really been able to settle on the stage as of yet, as Raman finds the ultimate settler at the beginning of a leg.
55.
Yeah, on the 180 table, Raman has topped it really at the moment. It's his 6th 180 in what is obviously his 4th game. And it's just been that final hurdle and getting round the outer ring, and
41.
It's been causing a few problems for him at times.
45.
And that just shows the up and down of the fiddler's elbow that he's been a 180 followed by a 45. So effectively, he'd have been better off hitting a couple of tons for his brain and thinking that he's, you know, being consistent. But 180 and 45, just, you don't think about that being a ton average.
60.
The Riddler with an elbow fiddler.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
86.
Well, a man has just been allowed to control the opening swaves of this particular match.
93.
He's on 102, and he's going to have at least a poke at it. However, this is much better than Brandon.
140. Ryan, you require 102.
Yeah, as well as Raman has played here, Weston is still right on his coattails.
He scored 1, so there's only really one way. Well, he's gone 57 with dart 2.
24. Brandon, you require 134. 94. Brian, you require 78.
78 for 1-0 lead. Weston's now sat on a double. And he's going to get a go at tops. He's going to have 3 darts at tops. He says, oh, wow. He may be saying, oh, no, in a minute.
But this problem here didn't start in this visit. It started in the visit before by hitting the 1.
Game shot on the first leg, Brandon Weston.
Credit where credit's due there to Brandon Weston, because things have been a bit difficult for him at times today, but he's pinned that tops first time. And no matter what's happened throughout the course of the day, he's given absolutely everything and everything to every single shot and every single attempt. And sometimes you just got to be there and be
41.
around, and sometimes you get your rewards, and he did that.
60.
As I said earlier, he's a likeable character out in the back room, and
81.
it's now all about bringing that character on his chance here at the Super Series, taking it to the stage.
60.
I'm sure his county teammates will be tuning in and keeping an eye on it, and what he's doing today. And sometimes that can add pressure to what you're doing, because you think like that, particularly on your first occasion here. I think
37.
we've all sat at home going, I can do this, I can do that. But it's a very different scenario when you actually come here and do it.
Sometimes it's not the pressure that you put on yourself, it's the pressure that
125.
you think others label on you that can sometimes be the toughest thing. That single 5 there has left him on a non-finish. If he can win this game against Raman and upset the apple cart, he'll move himself onto 4 points and would put himself in the picture.
61.
And Brian here, visibly not happy with himself.
41.
Be interesting to see how Weston reacts to the Ramon's
51. Brandon, you require
gesticulating of
118.
himself. He's not directed at anybody else, but it can just take your mind off your concentration and what you're doing. And
78.
what you've got to do in that situation is add to the pain.
97. Brandon, you require 40.
Double 10. What can you see of that? Has to shuffle all the way across the hockey.
35.
Too far across. This would hurt if this
Brian, you require
135 went.
135.
But when that happens, what it does, it gives your opponent a little bit of glimmer at the end of the tunnel, a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and Raman has not capitalised on that.
44. Brandon, you require 5.
The big one is the most important thing here, and now it's double 1.
3. Brian, you require 91.
Little bit loose, wasn't it, that?
And he could have left himself in a bit of a hole. He's hasn't to come back for the madhouse. But I just want to give Brian a little bit of advice there, because in the background, before he went for those previous shots, he was shaking his head a lot in the background.
Brandon,
He's in a position to lead 2-0 against a former WDF world number 1. And he is 2-0 up against a former WDF world number 1. And I know it's difficult because he's had a tough day. I completely understand that.
Third leg,
as Brian
it's
himself
Brian
is
to throw
chastising
first.
himself.
Game on.
But he put himself in a good position. He was just shaking his head a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not the first time I've seen a player hit himself in the face. I've seen another player do that, and he punched himself so hard, I thought he was going to knock himself out.
100.
It was in a game where I played, and it was just, wow. I wouldn't dream of trying to knock my own block off. It makes no
41.
sense whatsoever. I won't mention who the player is because that would be rude, but yeah, he's a bit hot-headed, and he really did whack himself with the right clout.
100.
That's the last time you play Mike Gillett.
100.
No, it wasn't Mike Gillette. That's what I'd be calling myself, trying to get some sponsors in. Mike's a dear friend.
42. $60.
Well, what can Raman cough up here?
59.
Not much. And if Brandon can find a 2-treble turn here, he's got an opportunity to get the double break.
$100.
Keeps a little pressure on the Raman throw here.
59.
He is keeping him thinking, and he is keeping him guessing.
60. Brian, you require 141.
Well, it's not a game that's going to go into the Super Series Golden Archive, but
65. Brandon, you
This is a
require
match now just about
140.
getting the points and the leisure. Well, this would be a moment for the highlights reel. Double 10. Oh, grazes the
120.
wire.
Brian, you require 76.
From nowhere gets a dart.
$44. Brandon, you
I
require
think we can
20.
see what Raman thinks of himself for that.
Game shot on the third leg. Brandon Weston.
And that's with all players. You give them a chance, they will take it.
Fourth leg. It's Brandon to throw first. Game on.
Well, the odds on a Weston 4-0 win at the beginning of this match would have been seismic.
59.
Man went in a heavy favourite to win this particular
100.
contest, but it just shows that form guides are only just form guides and that sometimes in any given game anything can happen. And Weston is just beginning to find something a little bit
123.
better in this game. He's finding little patches, but it's just now harbouring it together on a more consistent basis.
Well, he's being allowed to, isn't he? He's not being kept under any
100.
pressure. But you know, the Super Series, the 6 players we put in the room on these days, they're
60.
all on their day winners of groups, and it's just about the momentum. It's just about how the matches fall to you. It's just about whether you're on a winning run or not with the confidence. And
43.
I think we saw it a few weeks ago with Kieran Smith, who just struggled to win a game on day one and finds himself in the Saturday finals night. You know, after a brilliant couple of days, and who says he shouldn't have won it? You know, he could have done it. It's just the way that it goes.
108.
Hallelujah, Brian.
Brandon, you require 160.
For the match. Another one of them. Oh, if that went, that would have been incredible for
100.
Brandon, but I think
Brian,
it
you
would have been a
require
moment too
78.
much for Brian.
Should we call Brian Raman the John McEnroe of the darting world?
You cannot be serious. Okay, treble 16. Leads double 13.
65. Brandon, you require
And the frustration
60.
may have reached boiling point for Brian. Brandon back for Tots with a 4-0 win. This would be an incredible scoreline, an incredible result. And it would have been an
50.
incredible scalp.
Brian, you
But it's
require
13 lucky for Raman.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Brian Raman.
I reckon we can turn the mics off because I think Brian's doing all the commentary for us right now.
Yeah, probably at a better level
Fifth
as well.
flag. It's Brian to throw first. Game
Cheers,
on.
Scott.
I could see this going 3-3 here, mate. I don't want to...
55.
You know, how does Weston react there to having match darts? Does he... Oh, he gets back in there. That's what he does.
100.
Fair play to the man.
Well, we've seen it before in matches where the outsider goes 3-0 up in a game, misses an
99.
opportunity. The player favoured as the favourite goes and wins that leg and then goes on a bit of a spurt. It happens more often than you
40.
think.
Yeah, that's why I've mentioned it. We've seen it many times here and from the commentary box, and it's a game that a player sometimes never looks
91.
like winning, and then all of a sudden, 5-10 minutes later, we're 4-3 going, how did he get back into that? The thing that Brandon hasn't got to do is to start
26.
panicking now and start thinking, I've had darts to win this. You've got to put that on the back burner and concentrate. You can only dictate
45.
the history of the game is the history. Once they're thrown, they're gone. They're history. All you can dictate is what's coming up.
60.
And touch unfortunate there.
He's got another
57.
opportunity to serve out in the next, Brandon. You may need that next leg, possibly.
But you want to be starting to get your scoring right in this
85.
leg, don't you? The
Brian,
tail
require
end of it. You want to be getting,
154.
your trebles right. And
82.
It's the third time in this game that Raman has gone for an 18 of sorts and hit a 4 at the 4 segment of the board, and that will be a
48.
concern for him.
Brian, you require 72.
Not in this particular leg, because he will see himself as streets ahead. And
52. Brandon, you require 142.
Well, this would be some way to seal a win against the former WDF World #1. This would be a sizable scalp for Brandon Weston, but he's had a bouncer. That went into the single 17 just above the wire. So it hasn't really cost him an opportunity.
70.
And
Brian,
he
you
has put
require
pressure
20.
on if this double 10 doesn't go. That nudges the wire. That goes the other side. Double 5
15.
dips below. And so Brandon Weston here
Brandon, you require
should get another
72.
dart at a double to beat the former WDF World #1 Brian Raman. He's going to get 2. A double 12 for a
Game shot,
4-1
and the
win
match, Brandon
against the
Weston.
brilliant Belgian, the former WDF World #1. And Brandon Weston wins by 4 legs to 1. It's a big scalp, a big win. Raman not happy as he departs the stage. Performance below the level we've come to expect of him. But for Brandon Weston, he could take that scalp. He could take that W to his name. It makes it 2 wins from 4 for him. Coming up after the break, Michelle van der Horst against Devon Peterson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Brandon Weston got the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1. Big win that for Brandon, the man from Colchester. Big win for him. But Devon Peterson's the only man who's been without defeat as far as today is concerned. He takes on Michelle van der Horst. It's the middle match of the 4th round of fixtures for our day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's fair to say that as far as today is concerned, Devon Peterson has been the best player. He's had an 84-80, a 96-97, a 92-73, and his doubles have been pinpoint so far today. The improvements from Group A to Group C have been all there to
First
see.
lag, it's Michel to throw first.
And he is getting the rewards for the progress that he is making.
Yeah, he has. And
93.
this is another game here where you feel that Van der Horst will raise his game because he's playing the Devon Peterson. And Devon is going to have to continue to do those 90 averages, you feel.
45.
He's done all the good work so far today. I think if he wins one of his last couple, he would be happy with a 4 out of 5 day.
108.
Van der Horst. Lovely 180 there from him. So it's 4th of the day.
91.
I had a message a little earlier from Wayne Wayning down in Australia. Good to see you're tuning in,
44.
Wayne.
Yeah, we did have ADC Oceanic qualifiers. It was around about this stage last year. We had a few come down to the end of the season's ranking table list. The top 3
45.
got invitations. Hopefully it's a door that gets open again. But as you can imagine, the corridors in terms of travel and getting players over and then obviously committing to have the time off work
79.
and things like that does make things a tad bit difficult. But it is something we're hoping to do here at the Super Series. Remember, we had a unique arrangement with the
81.
players where
Michel, you require
they were given a full week,
105.
and because we knew it was going to be the only chance they're going to get of playing here, we then gave them the Group C the week after they didn't win their week. Can Van der Horst win the first leg with a
89.
105? He goes inside on the double 16. Well, there's an up-close look at the Peterson throw.
100. Michel, you require 16.
2-8 for Van der Horst. Now double 4.
14.
Scampering
Kevin,
around.
you require
He's left himself on the
139.
madhouse. This leg is not over just yet. It could well be some interpretation being allowed to be opened here.
99. Michel, you require 2.
Well, pressure asserted here from Peterson, and you have to say Van der Horst on the doubles today. He really has been feast or famine. He
no score.
had 22
Kevin, you
darts in
require
one game
40.
earlier, and then all of a sudden was 4 out of 6 in the next. And now Devon's got to take these chances and really get on top of Van der Horst early.
26.
But he
Michel,
also
you require 2.
lacked a little conviction there.
Surely now.
No score.
He's gone too far below.
Devon, you require
And Devon
14.
wants 7s.
In this situation, you can watch your opponent and get dragged into the silliness yourself. But you've got to distance yourself from the
score.
problems because you start having
Michel,
the
you
same
require
problem as your
2.
opponent.
And usually with double 7 as
on the
Van der Horst
first
pins
leg,
the
Michel van der
madhouse is
Horst.
it's such a difficult double to attack, particularly with dart 2, because you have that lingering fear that you're going to
Second
go
leg,
inside.
It's Devon to throw first.
Yeah, let's go to back to mindset now. Devon can't allow that one terrible leg of 25 darts affect what he's already done today. Mustn't allow one leg to undo all the good.
100.
At the same time as you're Michel, you're thinking, I've just done Devon Peterson in 25 darts. This is a piece of cake, this.
40.
I'll go and Robin Hood and give him another chance.
And this is part of the feeling, isn't it, that it takes a long time to build confidence up, but can take one moment to eradicate it.
Exactly
83.
it. Exactly it. It takes sometimes a couple of months of good performances before you convince yourself you're playing well.
82.
We're all our own biggest critic at darts, and we think that when we're missing doubles, we're the only one in the world that it's happening to. But the scenario is there's only one person that wins the tournament. So you're absolutely the other way round. There's only one person it's not happening to, and the rest of you it's all happening too. But for some reason, we think negative before positive.
Well, this has been a much stronger leg for Devon. He's going to leave himself on a double after 12, providing he stays straight. He does exactly that. Tops after 12 to square up at 1 apiece.
55. Devon, you require 40.
Well, once again, a wild dart at double for Devon. Double 16. Recovers the situation perfectly. Level we are at 1 apiece.
A tidy 15 dart leg from Devon there. Could have been a 13.
Third leg, it's Michel to throw first.
At the bottom line, the 24-5 dart leg that Van der Horst had put a 1 on his side of the scoreboard. And the 15 dart leg, Peterson put the 1 on his side of the scoreboard. So 2 very different legs, but the outcome the same points. I think sometimes a lot of people get hooked up on averages and numbers, and it is all about winning the games, getting your head down and doing what you need to do.
81.
And crucially, Michel knows as well that he's got the darts and the odd-numbered legs, so it didn't really matter if it was 25 darts. He held the throw. He only has to do that 4 times. It doesn't matter what Peterson does on his legs. He could hit 3 9-darters for what it's worth, but if he wins the 4 that he has the darts in, then it's rendered irrelevant.
Yeah, very well put. Very well put. Indeed it is, and the way that the table is working, it's very tight for that second spot. Devon would like to win this one and stretch his lead a little in the table.
100.
Give himself a cushion and, well, let the other 5 still battle for that second spot.
65.
So as the day goes on and we start tomorrow, the games start running out on these 2-day groups in B and C.
$92. Michel, you
I'll be slightly disappointed he didn't leave it more handy than that, Devon. What can he find of that? There was possibly a shout of going ball there for Michel, the way that first
40.
dart was blocked.
Devon, you require 130.
What can Peterson make of the 130? Now, that's that low dart which has been embezzling him all week.
47. Michel, you require 80.
So double 5.
75.
And the doubles once again.
Devon, you require 83.
Eluding Van der Horst. It really is astounding. 4 from 6 in his last game, and now he's just 1 from 8 in this one.
Game shot on a third leg.
Peterson makes him pay, and you can see Peterson as he walked to the board. It was a bit of a ooh from himself because he surprised himself there.
Game on.
But that was smack bang middle. You could not have placed that. Walked to the board and placed it any more central in that bullseye. But that's what happens when you're on 3 out of 3 here at the Super Series.
108.
Maxi for Peterson. Well, that last leg was an example of you can drag Van der Horst down to a double, but you can't make him take it.
140.
Yeah. You can drag the horse to the water table, but you can't make him drink. Correct.
$91.
Well, when you consider the first leg for Peterson, Vandy's managed to bring the average up to 83.81. Has told you about the scoring power of the 2 legs since, but Van der Horst finds his second max of the match.
Van der Horst has in his head now, what am I doing? I could definitely have had 1 more leg here.
45.
So now you start to throw with a bit of freedom and go, I'm fed up with losing these legs. I'm off now. I'm going to try and be a problem to you.
He's on for a potential 11 darter here, and because Peterson strayed wide into the 5, he hasn't left himself on an out, and so it's given Van der Horst effectively a free
60.
go at this.
Michel, you require 81.
12 and ball. The ball, Peterson found it in the last leg.
56.
Van der Horst skims it in this.
Devon, you require 125.
Yeah, just a couple of mil away, width of a wire. He gave it a good go, didn't he?
Oh, how this would hurt. Oh, how that
Shot on the
will
full
hurt
flag,
Van der Horst.
Devon Peterson.
Peterson with the 1-2-5 to move 3-1 in front. Just when the Dutchman thought he was going to break back and make it to a piece,
flag,
the
it's
African
Michel to throw
warrior
first.
has stepped
Game
in.
on.
It's his third ton plus finish of the day as well for Peterson.
100.
So we can't say we didn't see it coming.
It's the first ton plus out we've seen
100.
in any game since Devon hit 2 in match 4.
125.
I knew that because I haven't used my pink highlighter very much since he last hit a ton plus shot.
All right, Clive Tilsley.
I've got my little pink highlighter for
100.
really good things, and so I highlight my little scorecard here.
100.
Van der Horst here. I'm going to bring it back to 3-2. All he can do at this particular juncture is just try and force Peterson to serve it out. Ask that particular
125.
question.
Yeah, exactly right. And Michel's been around long enough to know that that's what he has to do. And if he gets a leg back,
40.
and all of a sudden the role reverses and the pressure's back on Devon. But Devon here with an opportunity to leave 36.
100. Michel, you require 136.
Double 8.
shot on
Oh,
the
well,
fifth
that's
flag,
one way to
Michel
hit
van der
back.
Horst.
Come on, lads, calm down. You're going to wear me pink highlighter out here.
6th leg. It's Devon to throw first. Game on.
Don't get bitter, get back.
That's Michel van der Horst's second ton plus shot of the day as well. These are the only
60.
two that had ton plus checkouts. And there they are from this match. 3
82.
for Peterson and 2 for Van der Horst.
There's a maxi for Dev. 2-2 in that particular department.
Indeed, his 6th of the day.
85.
Dev, come on was the cry.
55.
He can almost see the finishing line now, can the South African.
45.
And that's helped his cause no end. Oh, and so is this.
138.
Well, if Raman was playing, he would have hit the max to have left double 13. Peterson,
60. Devon, you require
68 for the match and a 4-2 win. 16. And now the double.
36.
That would have been for 4 for 4, but he's going to get 3 more chances.
Disappointed there he is, but there's no need to be. Van der Horst way back on
140.
89.
Devon, you require 32.
This is for the match. This is for 4 wins from 4. What can he see? What can he find?
No score.
Gave it a good go,
Michel,
but
you
just
require
couldn't find the
89.
target. May just be a dart at the ball here for Van der Horst to save the match and to take us to a decider. But he's going to get 2 at double 16.
And he'll get it too, surely.
73.
No is the answer. And so
require
Peterson will come
32.
back for 3 more. He's already had a plethora of chances to see this game through. And this time,
And
he
the
takes the
match,
opportunity.
Devon Peterson.
It's 4 wins on 4, and it is the African warrior that's in prime position as far as Group C is concerned. 8 points from his day. He does serve an 84.93 average, a 125 checkout in beating Michel van der Horst by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Sean McKinney up against Richard Rowlands.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. That is Richard Rowlands, and he's been getting some W's today as the Welshman. 2, in fact, from his 3 matches. He takes on Sean McKinney, who in his first game, he got his first win of the day, shall I say, in his previous match against Brandon Weston. Before the break, we saw Devon Peterson make it 4 from 4 and getting the better of Michelle van der Horst by 4 legs to 2. Good game. Both players hitting a ton plus checkout in there, but it was Peterson who stood firm to get the points in that particular matchup. This is the final game of the 4th round of fixtures for the day. And I'm going to be honest here, Scott. I can't really call this. If I was a bookmaker, I'd lay 5 to 6 each of the pair because both players have been consistent over the course of the day in terms of how they score, in terms of the pace of the game. I think both players will suit one another. I think this is a match that's got legs in it.
60.
I'd go with that, actually. Very much so. They are like carbon copying one another. If you had a nice little graph showing a scoring and this, that, and the other, they would be tracking one another, I think.
59. $123.
Definitely a rhythmic player is McKinney. I like it when he sort of like just picks them up, draws them back and lets them roll.
97.
It's pleasurable to watch, in fact. And I love this overhead shot. We can see what he's actually doing with his arm. He lines it up there from the side and then brings it back in line with his eye. And then launches and propels it forward along the eye line, and that's how he gets his consistency on staying straight. And that's why he's Mr. Steady Eddie 45. On the averages. You see, he stands to one side, but brings that arm up to
134.
just below his eye line, and it's very effective.
Two players who success has come later on in their careers. McKinney looking to get his first leg of this match on the board, and he's going to have time to do that on throw.
Let's not forget, darts a few years back was an armchair sport.
44.
You know, it's for the older fella who could afford to do the circuit and get around. And it's only in recent times that we seeing these young starlets absolutely setting the game on fire. And the rule book on the way you shoot out, everything has gone right out the window, and it's made it a new exciting game. It's kind of reinvented the game, and there's still some places in there for some of us old duffers. And I remember a few years back, Wesley Harms at the Lakeside telling Adams it was time to give up. It was time for the young guns to come through. And I was in commentary at the time, and I was saying, I think it's lost a little bit in translation, and the Dutch don't quite translate it into the words that they want to say. And they threw over to Martin Adams in the commentary box, because I was being the pundit with Ray Stubbs, and they say, and throw over, what do you think of that then, Martin? Well, if he wants to move me over, he's going to have to start beating me, isn't he? Not like he does these days. He ain't beat me yet. So, yeah, that's the way it was. It was the old versus the young, and now you're looking at these young starlets coming through, and obviously Littler is the one at the moment, but there's been a few in the last few years, and now that Luke's come through at the age he did at 16 and did what he did, you're classed as an old dart player at 21.
Well, you look at the work that the academies are doing. The manufacturers are bringing through academy systems. They're bringing through systems to develop young players, giving them tutelage, mentorship, sponsorship. There's opportunities for them. Of course, the work the JDC do as well.
Yeah, and I think we've
58.
Look, the Littler effect of what's happened in January has been fantastic for the game. It's bringing a whole new air of youth coming through, and highlighting the ones that are already here at times. So, there was rumours going around the board manufacturers couldn't provide enough boards. They were being sold everywhere and waiting for boards to arrive on ships and boats so that we could provide here in the UK and around Europe for the kids
Sean, you require 84.
who want to play our lovely game.
14 ball for the break of throw, and a 2-0 lead here for McKinney. The bullseye
51.
isn't found, and so Rowlands 106 to
106.
square up at one apiece in this particular contest. Triple 18. Double 16 for the 106.
74.
Doesn't go, and you can see the frustration on the face of Rowlands there. The target that Rowlands has just missed is the one that McKinney has done likewise on.
You require 32.
One left. Found. Level UER. 1-1.
How many times has he done that today, Richard Rowlands?
Third leg.
Both were jogging along nicely there with a mid-90 average, and McKinney came and missed 3 darts. He was running
45.
a 96 average, missed the 3 darts. Double 16. Dropped his average by 6 or 7 points immediately, with only scoring 1 with the 3 darts, and Rowlands did the same.
140.
But it doesn't take long to get back up to that 90 average. 1 or 2 good scores, it propels it back
60.
up. And you just feel at the moment that miss at the double 16 with 2 darts for McKinney has kind of affected his next couple of throws a little.
60.
Don't forget as well, this is session 1 of 2 that we
60.
have for you at the Super Series on this Thursday. We'll be back tonight from 10 o'clock for Group B action. The defending champion, Scott Taylor's got one final crack at trying to reclaim the crown. But what a tough Group B assignment he's been given. Aidan Kirk, who is doing some fantastic stuff on the Challenge Tour. Trina Gulliver, 10-time world champion. Andy Davidson on debut, the ADC qualifier from Edinburgh. Had a fantastic campaign in Group A. And Ashley Coleman, who
140.
continues to improve every time that we see him. That's live from 10 p.m. this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel. Then we do it all again tomorrow. We rinse and we repeat.
140. $58. Richard, you require 76.
For the break and for 2-1. Well, it's going to have to be 11 ball here. Well, he went for the 25 to leave double 18. He's hit the bullseye to leave 11. Should have gone 11 first, Richard.
68. Sean, you require
Sod's law, they call that.
138.
As Bobby George used to say, you can't aim at a 25, you aim for the ball.
42.
9 times out of
Richard,
10, you hit it when you don't want it.
Well, he will be aiming at the double 4. And he will get the double 4. And he will break the throw. And he will lead 2-1.
4 flag. It's Richard to throw first. Game on.
And mentally in his head now, Richard Rowlands is thinking he's taking command of this
99.
game. Break of throw. He's feeling he's taking command, and now it's Sean's
100.
turn to try and make him feel that he's not, by stringing a couple of treble visits together here, one after the other, to try and break the cycle, break the momentum, and hope that Rowlands doesn't have treble visits of his own.
58. 97.
3 more games after this. Had a horse against Raman. Rowlands, Weston. Sounds like a film from 1974. Then Devon Peterson against Sean McKinney to end the day's proceedings. And don't forget, if you missed any of the action
45.
today, then the Modus Super Series YouTube channel is the place to be to watch the best of it. Highlights package available there.
60.
Be available to you as soon as this session ends. And we have seen some smashing darts this afternoon.
$100. 60.
What do you expect from tonight, Scott?
Good question. I'm looking forward to it because it really is a group of high quality, and
99.
we probably see this is what we see towards the end of the series, is that the quality becomes, you know, so good. And I know a couple of weeks ago when I was here, I was in the situation where I wanted to win Group A because I didn't want to win be in Group B. It was that quality of field, and you know, Scott Taylor, Trina Gulliver, the names just keep rolling on
60.
in, and that's Coleman. He's done really well on his visits here, and he'll be fancying it as well as an underdog. It's such an intriguing group.
30.
Well,
Richard, you require
the double 16
40.
doesn't go. Rowlands wants Tots a 3-1. McKinney would then be throwing to stay in the contest. Bends the wire. Down a little bit above. That one's in. And Rowlands leads 3-1.
I think you misread the whole situation there. He lobbed that one miles high to give him space to get the last one in. That's what that was. If he'd have put one on the wire there, he'd have been in all sorts of trouble. So chuck the thing away. You've still got one in your hand. If you believe that old tosh, you believe anything.
81. $95. $100. $60.
Kind of petered out here a little bit.
100.
Waiting for somebody to light the blue touch paper here. Either a kick for home from Rowlands or something from McKinney to get himself back in it.
59.
Be a hard-earned 2 points for whoever gets it, you feel.
60. $55. Sean, you require 160.
160. He's got 6 from here to bring it back to 3-2, McKinney.
44.
He'd like to have been the other side of the 100 mark there after that visit, because this sort of offers an opportunity for Rowlands to get back in it.
$94. Sean, you require 116.
116. And he's going to have a dart, a double 18, but it goes on the inside wire.
Richard, you require
Well, this would be some way to win the match.
Does he start down the bottom here? No, it looks like it's at the top. No, indeed, Richard. Not what the doctor was ordered now.
Couldn't chalk up the 138.
44. Sean, you require 18.
2 9s for McKinney. 1 left.
Off the barrel, surely. Yeah,
Sean,
lovely.
the 5th flag, Sean McKinney.
Didn't even touch the barrel. Great commentary.
Rowlands has...
Well done, Scotty. Yeah,
6th
lovely.
flag, it's Richard to throw first.
Starting to sound more like Deacon every day.
Rowlands has the darts for the match.
100.
Karen, you'll make Deacon blue.
$60.
Do you know what I'm having for tea? I'm having hot dogs and jumping frogs in Albuquerque.
Very nice too. Other 80s songs available.
96.
Now, who listens to this?
Who's going to sing to the Tungsten tune?
59.
Well, we said at the start of the game that this had legs in it.
$41.
Is it an established comeback charge, or is it just a fleeting thought for McKinney?
85.
Need something here.
59.
So advantage Rowlands, you have to say. Got to go downstairs on 99.
137.
That's a good pickup. Now McKinney needs 140 minimum requirement here or in that region. It's not going to happen.
58. Richard, you
So
require
for the match,
42.
Rowlands wants 42 to seal a 4-2 victory. It's double 16. It's a 4-2 success for Richard Rowlands as he gets the better of Sean McKinney. He'll take the points. An 81.66 average in the end. Wasn't quite a vintage performance, but it's a win nonetheless, and that's all he'll care about. Moves him on to 6 points after 4 games. That is 4 rounds down. Van der Horst and Raman will kickstart the final leg after this.
Not throwing any darts away. He knows where every one of these is going. And here we go again.
Whoa! 180!
Double 16, but he didn't miss for long. His average, 117.88.
Well, what a legend. Yes, Scott Mitchell in the commentary box. But Luke Littler hitting 117.88, so his highest recorded average to date. You can watch that on top of many other great things on the Super Series YouTube channel, so give that a subscribe. Right, we're into our final round of fixtures for the day. This is how the table looks following 4 rounds of matches. Devon Peterson leads the pile, having had a perfect record. He plays in our last match of the day against Sean McKinney. What's going to be a book-ending battle. Rowlands on 6, Weston on 4, Raman and Van der Horst on 2 points now. But the winner will end the day with 2 victories to their name. And it'd be interesting to see how Brian Raman reacts following that game against Brandon Weston visibly frustrated when he lost that game to Brandon. As for Michel van der Horst, scoring-wise, not been too much to fault, but his finishing has been a severe problem for the Dutchman.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think when Michel gets back tonight, and he'll hopefully watch a couple of the games back, and he'll see where his Achilles heel is. He's been in most of the games. It's
First
just
leg, it's Michel to
he's
throw first.
given too many opportunities away. And of course, when you give opportunities away, it gives your opponent a lift. And then they go on and do things that maybe they wouldn't have done had you have hit those doubles. So it's like a double bubble spin round, really. That's easy for you to say. And it's annoying and frustrating as a player, but like I said, we all do it at times. We all have periods of doing it. And when you come out of those periods of stop doing it, that's when the results start to hit.
Is coming straight back out a good thing for Raman, do you think?
I'm not sure, because I think probably knowing Brian, he would have seen that he would have felt that was a game that he should win easily. And when you go down 4-1, it's a bit of a shock. You know, and you haven't really performed because you start telling yourself you can't believe that you're in the position you're in, and then it starts to unravel and make things worse. So I think the way is to come back into this game with a fresh outlook, and away you go. But because the games are so quick, you do sometimes take baggage with you.
Well, what a start this is for Van der Horst. Doesn't have to chase around the bullseye until leave himself on double 16 after 12. That area of the game, the scoring phase, hasn't been an issue at all. It's what's coming up now that's causing problems, and that's the doubling.
38.
But he's going to get time.
32.
A time that will rate for no Van der Horst. 13 dart start. He leads 1-0. Moves himself on the 4 points. Because of what Devon's doing, will put him very much in the picture. And
94.
I just wonder whether for him the best result in the next game is Brandon Weston beating Rowlands. Because it means that Rowlands and Weston will both be on 6 points going into tomorrow's play. And so it would just congeal things a little bit.
Wes, it would.
60. 94. 100.
Van der Horst well and truly back in the big stuff. They're on that visit.
39. Michel, you require 170.
Leaves the big fish.
$98.
I don't know whether we've seen the Michael van der Horst quick fire
72.
questions, but I would have liked to have known whether he'd have gone for it in that situation.
He's going to go for the tops. He's going to get the tops, and he's going to lead 2-0 in the space of 3 minutes. Yeah, Scott mentioning the quick fire questions. If you head over to our TikTok channel or TikTok page, whatever they're called, you can watch the quick fire questions skit
81.
on top of plenty of other features and stuff.
Yeah, indeed.
45.
Some of those are a really good insight into some of the players and how they're feeling and how happy they are here on the days. And it's a side of the players you don't usually get to see elsewhere. It's sort of a little bit behind the scenes. I like that about the Super Series. We delve
80.
into places that others don't go.
I believe that my one's still in the editing process because I did one a couple of months ago and they still haven't released it.
You must have given predictable answers then, Henry.
Media trained, see.
Yeah,
60.
Well, Brian Raman is a pundit back in his native Belgium, and I wonder if he had a microphone in his hand, what his assessment of today would be.
94.
I think if Brian was a farmer, he'd be asking himself questions like,
100.
who are
So you
ya?
require 92.
You have to ask questions of himself and why he's doing what happens. He's got to look into himself. He can't keep
52.
looking at other players and going, oh, why have you done that to me, and feel woe is me. He's got to look at himself and go, I've got to start handling this. To
60.
progress my career now,
So
I've got
you
to start
require
handling
40.
some of these situations. I'm actually the one that's doing it, so I'm the only one that
Game
can
shot on the
stop
third
it.
leg, Michel van der Horst.
Has he got any answer to stopping Van der Horst here? He's moved 3-0 in front. Raman has the darts to avoid
Fourth
the
leg,
whitewash.
It's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Michel has been around a long time, so he knows that, you know, if Brian was a little bit aggravated after the last match, he knows where Brian's head is, because we've all been there as a player.
140.
When we maybe have lost the match that we shouldn't have done, or we felt we shouldn't have done. And obviously Brian knows
57.
how he needs to deal with it, but dealing with it in that way when the games come so quick fire is not as easy as it sounds.
125.
So easy to get your head in a spin, isn't it?
It is, very much so. And like I say, Brian's not that lad. He'll put his darts down in a minute and you'll see a different Brian. And you know what I mean? The type of player you are on the board is
70.
not the person you are in real life sometimes. You couldn't find more opposite on occasions. And
100.
Well, you speak to Brian off the hockey. He's a really nice guy, really knowledgeable guy about the sport.
60.
Got a real good sense of humour. But when he's on that stage, when he's on that hockey, he has this real burning
95.
desire to win.
Brian, you require 106.
And that isn't wrong in any way, shape or form either, Henry. That's not wrong.
58.
It's sometimes he is burning too brightly at points. And maybe that's just the next stage, is to, look, you don't want to take that edge away from a player like Brian,
Brian,
not
you
at all.
require 48.
But it's making sure that energy can be focused at some key moments.
shot on the fourth
That was a
leg,
key
Brian
moment.
Raman.
That was a key leg. And a man brings it back to 3-1.
No, totally agree with that statement. You're
Fifth leg, it's
absolutely
Michel
right.
to throw first. Game on.
I kind of like him as a player. There's something raw about him
58.
that needs nurturing. He's been around a while, Brian. You know, it's... I want to see him grab that mental side of the game by the scruff of the neck and own it,
37.
rather than let it get on top of him, which is what happens at times. And it's such a hard game. It gets you sometimes. It can be one thing that absolutely drives you
99.
insane, and it's very difficult to let up.
And one thing with Brian is he's very analytical about his games, very analytical about these
58.
performances. He'll watch every single match back, and he will listen to everything that's said as well. And he'll watch every single intrinsic move and every single intrinsic moment.
58.
Yeah, he knows. We know he's got what he's got. We know what he's got. It's down to him getting it out there,
83.
because he has it. There's no two ways about it. And the whole game for every player is about not stopping yourself.
It's the little 1% that could make a
44.
huge difference.
That's what makes the game so fantastic, though.
60.
That's what makes the game what it is. If it was easy, everybody'd be doing it. And doing it well. I don't think you ever mastered the
58.
game. I think you have periods where it's kind to you, and you have periods where it is totally unjust to you, but you have to
57.
wear those periods. You have to play your way around them.
Well, this is probably the mirror definition of Michel van der Horst being the invisible man. He's averaging 88.5, 3 from 5 on his
58.
doubles, but we spent the whole game talking about his opponent.
Yeah, very valid point.
90.
And this is a win that
Michel,
would...
you require 126.
He's keeping simmering on 4 points. Triple 19, sorry, for the bull.
86.
will set himself
Brian,
up
you
for
require
tops.
116.
If this does not go. So you got a portion to the right-hand side to aim at. Yes, double 18. Michelle expected it to go. It goes inside.
Michelle, you require
And now Van der
40.
Horst returns to tops for the match.
Game
And
shot
gets
and
it.
the match,
And
Michelle
wins
Van der
4-1
Horst.
against Brian Raman, for who today could not have got much worse, really, if the truth be told. He'll be really disappointed about the way things went. For Van der Horst, missed a lot of opportunities, apart from in that match. 4 points, puts himself in the picture. Next up, Richard Rowlands, Brandon Weston.
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series on our YouTube channel, and we are now down to game number 14 of 15 in this Group C, Day 1, Week 11. And these guys you've missed out on, because last game was Michael van der Horst taking on Brian Raman, and van der Horst was very tidy and clinical, 4 from 6 in the finishing, winning that one 4-1. But up for you now, we have
First
Richard
leg,
Rowlands
it's Richard to throw
taking
first.
on
Game
Brandon
on.
Weston, and Brandon's been a little bit hit and miss today. When he's been good and taking chances. And Richard Rowlands has been one of those that's just plodded along doing his own thing. He won't be moved, he won't be rushed, getting himself darts at doubles and hitting them, and finds himself second in the table to Devon Peterson, who he plays in our last game of the day against Sean McKinney.
Well, Richard Rowlands will be hoping for a W before he gets some R&R this evening.
59. $99.
If you're Brandon, how would you assess day one?
I think he started a bit slowly, but he got away with winning one of those games, which was really, really scrappy. And then, obviously,
139.
Came in and upped his game a little to what he's been doing. Not masses, a little, and that was enough to get past a very out of sorts Brian Raman.
23.
But that should give him a little bit of, hope. Somebody of Brian's stature for Brandon to have beaten has got to give him a lift. He's got to use it if he's going to go further.
55.
And try and climb the table. He's not a million miles away from it. If he could string some stuff together, he could get himself in the mix. But it would have to start now and
you require 68.
halt the Rowlands sort of route here of his position in the table. But Rowlands is doing things like this.
60.
And making himself very difficult to beat.
And both of those darts at a double four were not far away. As for Weston, he's going to try and apply pressure. If this doesn't go, he's just got to consider it as a... Well, he's left himself 159, so Rowlands has got another 6. But he just has to consider it, right, this is a leg on the Rowlands darts, attack leg 2, and then see what other break chances come. Every single dart of that double four has been close, apart from that one.
Yeah, that one was probably the worst one of the lot.
Now, if you're Brandon, you're thinking, right, my opponent is straggling down on double 2, hit big, and then make him really feel it.
59. Richard, you require 4. No score. Brandon, you require
If you're
100.
Brandon now, you're feeling I needed one more treble somewhere along the line and I'd be having a good go at this.
40. Richard, you require 4.
In some ways, that may not be too bad because it looked destined for the treble.
It did indeed. I was just about to say the same thing. We're back to Rowlands brushing the wire. Has to go straight at it.
No score. Brandon, you require 60.
Overcautious, do you think? Well, there should be nothing in the way there. Finds it. And this has been the strong suit for Brando. It's been those darts at double when he's had the opportunities. If he can pick up the scoring power, we've got a player on our hands.
Is Brandon to throw first? Game on.
Intriguingly,
45.
Raman and Richard Rowlands have been a maximum with the first visit. The first leg is Brandon Weston, and Weston's picked the pieces up. It's not where you start, it's where you finish.
59.
Yeah, agreed. And Brandon's... He had some bad luck there with that bounce out as well. Or was it good luck because it looked like it was going to go into the treble anyway and burst his score? But he has had opportunities handed to him on a plate a few times today, Brandon, and taken them.
134.
I think it's just a case of him settling. And after today, he'll know more tomorrow. He'll speak to people 95. At home that have watched, and you get to contact them back at your hotel and you regroup and you speak to the right people. I think, even when I was having my straight 2 days the other day, I still spoke to people back home that know me and how they play and how I play and pick up on an honest assumption, because sometimes when it's up there happening to you, it kind of passes you by and you miss and forget some parts of your game. So I'm sure Brandon will do that tonight. He'll sort of call back and one or two of his mates or people that are close to him within the darts will tell him. We'll tell him straight exactly how and what they think he needs to be doing.
You mentioned of another player earlier, but I think the other word's belief.
59.
Absolutely. You know, don't come here and look around the room and say, look who I'm with, and look, am I in awe of some of these guys? I've seen these guys on the telly before. Come here and sit about them.
Richard, you require 112.
You know, have that attitude. Oh, I've seen you on the little telly box, have I? Well, I'm going to try and give you a bit of this. And play as that underdog.
Rowlands looking for the 112. And he is going to go about it by trying to hit double 16. He does hit the double 16. And Rowlands breaks back. Weston was really sensing that opportunity for 2-0.
Game on.
And I think this has got to be the other thing that Brandon must be thinking at. Right, he hasn't played at his best, but he could end up on 6 points at the end of the day. And that's a good total for your debut day. And if he can just up it a bit tomorrow, there's no reason why he can't qualify.
59.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. You know, never look the gift horse in the mouth.
41.
One more game after this. Devon Peterson has the possibility of completing the card against Sean McKinney.
140.
Although it does feel as if this game's 1-1, but the players won the wrong leg.
65.
Yeah. Another unfortunate sort of dart on dart out there for Brandon. He caught the flight of his other dart, it took the propulsion, the forward motion, and then when it actually
55.
hit the board, it hit the board at a funny angle and just couldn't hold on. It's not what you call a genuine sort of wire bounce out.
100.
And a crossroads point in this match. What a piece. Rowland with the darts has the ascendancy in this third leg. Weston trying to G himself up in the background. But if Rowlands can find another treble here, of which he can, and superbly pick it out, he's in a very good position to move himself halfway towards the victory post. However, there is a attack on the Western front.
Richard, you require 107.
Just when we thought it was going to be all quiet. This will be for his second ton topper in a row.
89.
Inside.
Brandon, you require
On the double 18.
155.
If Weston finds this, it would have been a huge knockback for Rowlands.
Richard, you require 18.
Double 9. Big moment in this game. Weston sat on a double. Weston sat on a double.
9.
Weston's going to get a go at a
Brandon,
double.
you require 32.
He's been good on this. He's been good on the outer ring. He's good again. He breaks again. He leads 2-1. It's another pincher.
4th leg. It's Brandon to throw first. Game on.
They always say that the easiest thing to do is hit a double when somebody else has missed in front of you. It's just that big risk
42.
at the levels we play of allowing somebody a chance at that double. Because most places we go, they won't miss it.
Well, that's how
99.
the table occupies itself. Peterson can go 5-5 in the next game against McKinney. Rowlands and Weston will both be on 6 points if Brandon can pick up the win here. And if
47.
Brandon can do the double over Richard, then he would leapfrog him in the table onto 8 points. In matter of fact, we could be in a position actually where if Peterson can do the double over McKinney and Weston can beat Rowlands twice, then you can have two players sat in a very pretty position. You'd have Peterson on 12, 4 clear, well possibly 6 clear actually, and then the possibility of the winner of tomorrow's clash being on 8 points regardless if Weston can win this match. Is that a Magic Man towel I've just seen there? A branded tea towel.
you never seen one with a pink Scotty dog on it? Or a pink one with a black Scotty dog on it?
Indeed, I have.
45.
That was quite the sight.
It's not a new thing, you know.
Do you remember Peter Wright had a branded face mask during COVID?
Yeah, so did I.
60.
I did, yeah. I did as well. Yeah, we bought 500 of them. Still got 496 at home in the drawer.
30.
Popular they were.
Richard, you require
Just like a Tungsten Time
130.
t-shirt. 113 for Rowlands, square up at 2 apiece.
Are they still available?
Yep, but all good car boot sales and skips.
$81.
Well, it wouldn't be a Richard Rowlands attempt to the ton plus checkout if he went off course now, would it? Right.
17.
Double 16 for
Richard, you
2-2.
require 32.
Focus. And find.
16.
Well, he's got time.
Oh, when you're that close, it's enough to bring you to tears. So funny. You can see in the background. Rowlands there.
123.
Gesticulating to himself.
Richard, you require
How close
16.
am I? Back to the same region for double 8. And he's doing the same thing. He's going up the wire. That's better, Richard.
Richard Rowlands.
Two this game.
It's Richard to throw
But
first.
Rowlands
Game
here has missed 19 darts at a double. But credit to Brandon, he's kept himself in this game, kept himself in this
100.
contest. He is forcing Rowlands to do what he has to do.
100. $58. 125.
Turns out that Owen Binks' school is quite famous. Well, at least his year was at school. So you got Cole Anderson, who is a famous TikToker in his year at school. Brandon Weston, who turns out to be a very handy dart player in his
85.
same year at school. And then Owen Binks is the third most famous person in his year.
140.
He gets some TV time, though, doesn't he, Binksy?
Yeah, he doesn't half like to keep that quiet. He's in Leeds this evening, chalking up the Premier League. He'll be stood behind the likes
60.
of Charlie Corstefine and
Brandon, you
George
require
Noble on the stage.
136.
I want to grab Binksy and dye his hair blue because I think he looked like Milhouse on The
60.
Simpsons.
Well, this is what we were saying about Brandon just keeping himself interested, because he's left himself on 76 after 12 here to move himself 3-2 in front, and he'd get the break, and then he'd throw for the match.
36. Brandon, you require
And he's going to get 6 on here because that treble 5 has left Rowlands on 162. 16 tops. Tops for Weston.
56.
Been quite good on that target, but double 10's not been too bad when he's had to come down to that target.
Yeah, and on 162, Rowlands has left himself on a bogey. Maybe 25 with the last?
41.
No, a 1.
Brandon, you require 20.
Big moment for Brandon. Last start is found.
Shot on a
He
fifth
leads
flag.
3-2.
Brandon Weston.
Brandon breaks.
Sixth flag. It's Brandon to throw first. Game on.
He's being a frustrating player for players to play, isn't he, Brandon, this time round? And, yeah, I think he's kind of growing in to learning how to play here and what it is. But Rowlands now
135.
has pulled his socks up and just opens up with a 135. Weston coming back
100.
here. It's last chance saloon here for Richard Rowlands. He has to win this leg against Weston.
$58.
Well, Richard
57.
Rowlands is in a real spot of bother here. Can Richard Rowlands rally back?
$93.
Good recovery to the last dart. Puts himself just in front against the throw.
$31.
A poor visit in the context of things here for Weston.
$59.
Just presented half an opportunity here. Brandon will be a bit disappointed though he had to make more weather on throw.
44.
He's presented Rowlands with 6 and 156 to take us to a last leg decider.
Yeah, it's those last two troubleless visits from Weston that's caused him the problems.
$116.
Left himself tops to take us all the way. However, he's 2 from 21 on the doubles. Weston knows that he's been given opportunities by Richard,
40.
but he can't keep himself in the equation.
40.
He leaves himself on 164. But there's a shake of the head as he expects Rowlands to take us all the way to a decider. Double 10.
20.
It's not a friend. Well, this would
Brandon,
be
you require
a
164.
showbiz way to get the job done. Another one of them. Bullseye. Oh, it wasn't too far
139.
away.
Richard, you require 20.
However, that's fired a warning to Richard. And Brandon's fancying himself in the background. He's fancying himself for the match.
No score. Brandon, you require 25.
Would have been some way to win it, mind you. But he got an easier way to win it now.
And in it goes.
And
Brandon Weston has picked up 3 wins from his first day. We know that he can play much better, but the Magic Man has got the points on the board. And he'll be pleased with that. He's put himself in contention. He's put himself in the mix. Going into the last day's play, he has beaten Richard Rowlands by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, Devon Peterson, Sean McKinney.
Welcome back to the Super Series here in Portsmouth from the live lounge. And if you just joined us, our 14th game of the day saw Brandon Weston beating Richard Rowlands 4-2 and putting himself in the mix for that second spot with 3 wins out of 5 today. And we now head up into the final game of the day, and it has table topper Devon Peterson taking on Sean McKinney. And Devon's had a upturn in fortunes today with 4 wins out of 4. And obviously feeling very good about the way his game has been today. He's had a couple of times where
First leg, it's
he could have fell off the
first.
horse. There's no two ways about it.
Game
But he's
on.
jumped back on and asserted himself again. And I think he'll be pleased with his performances today. And it's a definite turnaround to what he had in
60.
Group A. But Sean McKinney has shown flashes of brilliance at times and not managed to string them all
81.
together with the timing. So I think he's been a real steady Eddie today and been, could say, a little unfortunate at times because, you know, he could have a few more points on the board from the way that he's
100.
played and that steady average that he's been doing. He's been mid-80s nearly all his games, dropped off in the last one towards the end because it was a difficult game for him because he knew he was starting to be set adrift from the bottom, so that there's a bit of tension in the arm. But from what I've seen of
60.
McKinney and this being his, you know, debut appearance, there's plenty in the tank for him. He's just got to work out how to get it out here. And of course,
30.
now is not the time to be wanting to get it out against the table topper, Devon Peterson. There's no better time to do it, but you're playing a man that you've seen lots and lots on the TV.
And playing the best darts we've seen from him here at the Super Series, there's no doubt about that. However, his last game was against Michel van der Horst.
91.
And that feels a long time ago because we've had a couple of long matches between now and then, so could be a little bit cold.
96. $100.
The fixtures reversed tomorrow. This will be the first game up.
84.
So a very good
Devon, you
chance here for
require
Devon
90.
to put some daylight, or an opportunity, not a good chance, an opportunity for Devon to
It's
put
on
some
the first
daylight.
leg, Devon Peterson.
And that shot there just sums up how Devon has been today.
Second leg, it's Sean to throw
It's
first.
just been full focus, full
Game
business on the first dart, and he's hoping it's the case until the last. McKinney, I feel like, has done some good bits, but without getting any mention or any
100.
notice or any results for it.
I don't want to wish this game away, but I'm looking forward to seeing McKinney tomorrow because I think he
35.
just knows more about the place and what it's about tomorrow. He's learnt a lot from today. And I don't think we've quite seen
43.
what he's all about just yet, but you can see the potential to what he's all about. There's no two ways about it. He's got some skills with the darts.
100. $100.
Leg up in the offing. If Peterson could find something big and tangible here. But he's not going to do so. And that's usually been the first dart just
43.
above the Y. He's usually been able to find something off the back of it.
$100.
It's not a big pullback on the Devon Peterson throw, so he only brings it back a couple of inches and then pushes and forces his way through. Sometimes that turns into a bit of a flick of a dart, and then when he flicks
Sean, you
it,
require
it kind of
158.
goes adjacent to the target he's after.
And you just see
98.
in patches in this game where Maybe because it's the last game of the day. I don't know. Just taking that extra second or two just to make things a bit more rhythmical. But it is working. Well, that's unlucky, that last dart. How that hasn't found a way in. Is to level up a one apiece. Tops. That's sifted really low. Double 10. It's foul. And McKinney squares up at one apiece. Just asking the question to Devon here.
Third leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on. $81. 100.
Yeah, giving McKinney a bit of a lift here, hasn't it? Taking that leg, giving him a bit of momentum, a little bit more belief. And with that
60.
belief, you throw them with a little bit more freedom. And
$100.
Well, McKinney may just begin to sniff an opportunity here. Peterson hasn't been playing to the type of level that we've seen for most points of the day. He's averaging 83.68 right now. Most of the day he's been having above the 90 mark. McKinney, 84 on the nose.
which is around his mark all day, to be fair to McKinney.
140. $180.
Well, that max for Peterson leaves himself on 99. Both players on a free dart out. 2-1.
49. Devon, you require 99.
These types of pop finish he's been so good at all week, but he's going to have to try and recover the situation here. Triple 18 would have left a dart at tops.
$83. Sean, you require 112.
Well, Rowlands hit a 112 in the previous match. McKinney isn't going to do
88.
likewise to break the Peterson throw in to lead 2-1. And so, 88 for Devon to lead 2-1. And he just nudged it across. One more.
No
Doesn't go, and McKinney has got a tangible chance here to really take the front in this match. Double 12 for 2-1 and a break. One more. In it goes, and in McKinney goes to a 2-1 lead. Peterson bites the flights. He knows there's work to do.
Fourth flag. It's Sean to throw first.
I don't think he should be too hard on himself there, Devon, because they were all on the wire. They were all well thrown darts. If you're missing by 1.5 inches and you've kind of,
41.
for want of a better word, bottled it and not given it a chance, then that's the time to be upset. But if you've given it a chance as it hasn't quite happened, you've given your best attempt at it. You mustn't let that get you down. You've got to let it drive you on and say, I'm not going to make that mistake again. And it looks to me that's exactly what he's done on this occasion.
If you missed any of the action today, highlights are available following the culmination of this session. And we're going to be back live from 10 o'clock this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group B, the defending champion Scott Taylor, in a bid to retain his title, will be involved in a group with the likes of Aidan Kirk, Trina Gulliver,
44.
Ashley Coleman and Andy Davidson. That's live from 10 p.m. as the champ is back. Beat Tom Sykes by 4-1 in that final back in February to win the jackpot. The Champions League jackpot this time round, bigger than it ever has been. 25,000 for the champ of champs.
85. Devon, you require
Plus the opportunity to enter the record books. Can never take away being called a champion here. Have your name engraved.
81.
Should do what they do at the Crucible and have a wall of champions. Spending more money again.
Devon, you require 80.
Don't they have that with the PDC with the World Championship, a wall of qualifiers? Who anybody that's ever played at the PDC World Championship. Yeah, I'm proud to have my name on there.
On a 4 flag.
I'd rather have had it in the
Peterson.
champions list on there, but yeah.
Got your picture up at the lakeside as Peterson squares up at 2-2. Do you know where your picture is, Sat?
Yes. It's near the door to the bar.
Shame it's a tradition that stopped, really. Probably because they ran out of space on the walls, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, there's a couple couple of spaces there where 1 or 2 may have been removed.
91.
Well, Peterson on for what will be the Nicholson, the 350 and 6.
59.
It would be a thing. It would be a good thing to have it here on the wall. It would be really good. It's something to look forward to try and get your name up there on that wall. It'd be really good.
The Wall of Fame.
55.
A massive picture of Scott Taylor, the defending champion.
It's like the Lakeside one. You don't want to see it all jacked in.
140.
Now McKinney's left himself on the fish to break into lead 3-2.
54. Sean, you require 170.
What can Sean make of this? He's got 6 to get the break and to put himself a leg away from
100.
the victory post. Has left himself on 70 after 12 to accrue that break.
$83. Sean, you require 70.
To move one away. Tops
30.
just above the wire.
Devon, you require 158.
Devon's got to dig in here now. We spoke about giving darts a chance when you throw it, giving it a chance to hit its target, and
62.
that first one of Dev's never really had a chance.
Sean, you require 40.
So Tots for the break, Tots for 3-2. Well, it's going to be the double 1, double 19 trick. Because why not?
2. Devon, you require 96.
Opportunity knocks again for Devon. He's done this once today in 2 darts. Crucial moment.
Gave Sean a 5th flag.
Crucial
Devon
dart.
Peterson.
If he completes the card today, that could be the moment
6th
that
flag.
sealed it for
Sean to
him.
throw first. Game on.
He's done that a couple of times today with the finishes. He
100.
did a 90 earlier.
$120.
That's a good recovery. Easy to let your head drop there when the second one drops out. And a wise man at my local pub used to, back in the day, used to tell me,
100.
never watch the dart to the floor that falls out like that. Never watch it to the floor because it does your concentration.
108.
Maxi for Dev, he's now en route. He's now en route to a 4-2 win. We should see him complete the card at the end of the first
60.
day's play. And he would put
140.
Peterson in such a good position going into tomorrow. The perfect position going into tomorrow. He'd have a 4-point lead at the top of the table overnight if he could pin this 61. Double 16.
29.
McKinney can only just try and hit and try and apply as much pressure as he possibly can because
140.
Peterson now steps back
Devon, you
for
require 32.
32. Peterson is the man who cannot be moved in Group C. 5 wins on 5. It was perfect for Peterson. He completes the card on day 1 with a 4-2 win against Sean McKinney, doing so of an 88.99 average. 4 from 8 on the doubles. And we're going to hear from Devon. Myself and Scott will be chatting to him on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined alongside Devon Peterson, who's completed the card on day 1 in Group C. Today was so good for yourself, Devon. Just sum it up in your own words.
Yeah, I think yesterday something clicked, just body posture, just knowing. So there's a lot of elements to the game that I analyze, and you kind of work from grip down and then all the way, and then you just kind of overlook the small details, and the small details what clicked yesterday, and then I just worked on it a bit, and yeah, I'm happy to get through today and play so well.
We've been speaking a lot on commentary about you being in that phase of career where you're rebuilding things. Are you beginning to find little eureka moments now?
Yeah, 100%. The thing is people don't understand that when you're building, it's the results don't matter. It's how you feel on the stage. It's how you build, and just every small win counts. The big thing for me is it's clicked now, and I know that I've worked everything. The mind has always been strong. It's just the body that was the weak point. So once the body gets strong again, then it's a different animal.
Do you think that's one of the key components of having the full week here, where you had that Group A where, look, of course you want to go and win it, but if you don't, it's not a disaster because you've got another group to fall back into, but you can learn things along the way?
Yeah, I mean, Scott's told me before, it's just this is the best practice you can have. It's the professional practice, and it's a big part of why people that play over here, when you're working on your game or you are an aspiring professional, that the more you play here, the more you realize, like, I actually have it. And I'm just happy that Modus invites me all the time, and obviously now I've clicked, and it's going to be the next thing now.
Today you've been particularly solid. There have been super moments where you've taken 2 darts at 90, bang, bang, 96, bang, bang. And as a player, there's nothing that feels better than walking to the ball with 1 dart in your hand when you've done that. It just gives you a lift, doesn't it? And it boosts your confidence.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, around the game, that is the crucial points. It's the 110 between the 110 and 90. I mean, those are the legs that you steal, and that can hurt opponents as well, because they might have missed the last dart on a 76, and they're thinking that there's no way you're going to hit it, and then you steal it. So I mean, as best as I mean, the games that you win outright is good, but the games that you steal is great.
And you've been watching Devon all day in the commentary box. What's pleased you so much about him today?
The fact that he's looked solid, and the fact that you've looked confident about what you're doing. You had a leg there earlier that I thought, oh no, the wheels are going to fall off for his day here. I think it was 4th game, first leg, and you should have had it, and you didn't. And I thought, well, now this is the test. This is the test. Everything could be undone. I think I said it in commentary. If this next leg doesn't go right for Devon, he could undo all the good work that he's done. And we know that's the game, isn't it? It's so frustrating, but we love it because of it just the same.
I think it's the small things, though. It's a big part of how I approach it now. The 501 isn't a full game, or like you say, it's going to unwind. It's just that 501 is done. You've got 4 more 501s to go. So just make sure that the next 3 darts is your best 3. So don't worry about what you've done wrong. Just keep on focusing. And all I've just done is every throw is just reset. So sometimes it goes wrong, and I know that because I've not had time on the practice board to actually kind of almost work out exactly what it is, but I know that I have the framework now, so I'm really excited about this.
You're right. You can't change the history. You can only dictate the future, Devon.
And as a wise man always says, and that's what you are, Scott.
Going into tomorrow, is it a different type of pressure? Because the rest of the group now are going to have that target. You're going to have that target on your back.
I could not care less. I want to go 5 again tomorrow and just make sure that every game that I play is at the level. I mean, when you get eureka moments, like you mentioned before, it's the most important thing is to build on it. So I want to go back. It's not like, I hope I can do the same. All I'm just going to come do is do the same tomorrow and just make sure that the areas that I faulted, I just want to try and improve that by, even if it's 2 or 3%, that is big percentages in my thing. And yeah, I think tomorrow, whatever happens tomorrow is going to be great. But this week has changed, I'm going to say, the career moving forward and my future moving forward.
I get the sense you're in a really happy place with the game right now. I know you're still rebuilding, but there's a massive smile on your face. Things are really beginning to turn in the right direction, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's hard though. I mean, when you dig in trenches all the time and you're not even building the house, you're just digging trenches. And I know that when I was playing really well, it was very hard to beat when you're scoring and the power scoring. So you know everything is there. I still have my full body. It's not like I've lost a limb or something. So I know that the mind has always been the strong point. It's just know I'm getting better. Just make sure that you improve 1% at a time, 2% at a time. When it all clicks, then it's a change, because then the mind hasn't been scarred. It's just the body, and I know that I can recover from that. And yeah, I think, like you say, the confidence, the happiness, it's more the thing that I could have given up, but I didn't, and I just kept on going, and that's the most important thing for me.
I'm going to show you a graphic which I think you're going to like very much. This is the league table following the first day's play. 10 points to your name, 4-point lead overnight from Richard and Brandon, who are in second and third respectively. But is it a case of tomorrow just carrying on, hammering home and get those wins to get you over the line? Yeah,
100%. I just want to make sure that I give it my all. And I know I'm not going to have a practice now, obviously, because today has been a long day, but I know that tomorrow, stepping in, I just know that just positioning correctly, making sure that everything's right, and just doing what I've done today and hopefully kind of improving, because there was areas in my game that where my first start wasn't as comfortable, and then I would have to find it again. And when I do find it, the trebles fly quickly, and my first dart is a key dart. I mean, if you're a power scorer, that's what you want. So, yeah.
Do you think sometimes you overthink it?
100% not. Everybody has this kind of theme that, yeah, you overanalyze. You can't overanalyze. If you building a machine that is there for precision and accuracy and all of these things, you can't tell a golfer that he overanalyzes it. If he knows that his putting this is the stroke. If I repeat that stroke, that's the outcome. If I'm not doing that, then it's not going to get the outcome. You can't just go to a game and you be lucky. Luke Littler knows his game. Michael Van Gogh knows his game. Phil Taylor knows his game. There's a reason why they might not speak as much, but they know exactly, if I do this, this is the outcome, and that's all it is.
Well, it's been a fantastic first day. Devon, thank you so much. Well, we're going to have a little bit of a chat about tonight, Scott, just before we let you go, because it's such an intriguing list of players that are involved in tonight's proceedings. Ashley Coleman, Aidan Kirk, Andy Davison, the defending champion Scott Taylor, and Trina Gulliver in there as well. That is littered with big names.
It really is. I mean, Ashley Coleman has done some good things over the last couple of days as well. Aidan Kirk, we all know what Aidan's got to bring to the table. Trina Gulliver, 10-time world champion. And obviously Scott Taylor's been here, seen it, and bought the T-shirt before. I just can't wait for it to get going. I'm such a darts anorak. I love watching darts. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing that tonight.
Well, we're going to get the action underway from 10 o'clock. Devon, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Well done on your progress today. Scott, see you later on tonight. And we'll see you later on tonight as well on the Super Series YouTube channel from 10 p.m. when the defending champion has a second tilt at retaining his title. But as far as Group C is concerned this afternoon, well, it was Devon that was the big winner. 5 from 5 from him. Bye from us.